This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished, please. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies this morning from Assembly members Ahmad, Baker, Devonish and Dr Sahota, and we have apologies for lateness for Assembly member Fortune.
Thank you. Before we proceed, can I propose that in accordance with Standing Order 2.2d, the order of the agenda be varied so that the reports on petitions and the petitions update and motions be taken after item 3 minutes. The question and answer session on housing in London will then start at 12:30 this afternoon. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since the Mayor's question time on the 16th of November 2023, the Budget and Performance Committee began its annual scrutiny of the Mayor's budget by examining the initial budget plans for the Greater London Authority for 2024 and 2025. The Police and Crime Committee discussed the Metropolitan Police Service's approach to investigating serious injury collisions in London. As part of an investigation into consultations across the Greater London Authority, the GLA Oversight Committee explored what good consultation and public engagement looks like. The Planning and Regeneration Committee looked at how London's planning system considers the needs of disabled Londoners to ensure that London continues to improve accessibility. As part of an investigation into the health impacts of harmful gambling, the Health Committee examined the extent of harmful gambling and participation in London and what the Mayor can do to support those affected. The Transport Committee considered the personal safety of customers travelling on the Transport for London network and the work that the Transport for London and the British Transport Police are doing to prevent crime. The Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor with 7 recommendations to support and improve the coming drafts of the Mayor's budget for 2024-25. Then, following an investigation into trauma-informed approaches to violence that affects young people in London, the Health Committee wrote to the Mayor with 3 recommendations on how this important work could be supported. A year on from the publication of the Review of Culture in the London Fire Brigade, the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee examined the impact of the review on staff and how they feel about the culture of the brigade now. And finally, the Housing Committee met to discuss the financial sustainability of the housing sector and how this could impact housing supply in London. In addition, I was really pleased to join the London Youth Assembly at their meeting in City Hall last Thursday, and it was great to join 13 London Youth Assembly members to talk about how they can get involved in Assembly investigations, particularly some upcoming police and crime work and the scrutiny of the Mayor's budget. London Youth Assembly members also had some brilliant questions about what a day in the life of an Assembly member looks like. I gave them mine as an example, and they were still impressed. So and how young people can get into careers in politics. I'm looking forward to hearing the voices of the London Youth Assembly fed into the Assembly investigations on a more regular basis. Can I ask members to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Sure, good. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on the 2nd of November 2023 and the Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 16th of November 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record? Can I ask, we'll now move on to petitions. Could I ask Assembly Member Cooper to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
This is a petition about toilet provision. I thought I had put my phone on silent. You can see that toilets are a very important issue to all my constituents, and they're calling me, even as I rise, to talk about a petition from many people who live in Merton, who are very keen that a toilet is provided at the end of the Northern Line near Morden Station, where currently people are forced to urinate in the street. And I was personally able to view that for myself when I did a site visit with local residents. Thank you.
I beg your pardon. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response? Agreed. Can I ask Assembly Member Bakari to present the first petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you. This is the Save Wimbledon Park petition signed by 16,092 residents who are wishing to protect their local area. The All England Lawn Tennis Club have applied to develop the heritage landscape of Grade 2 registered Wimbledon Park. Although the application received approval by Merton's Planning Committee on the 26th of October, this was the first stage of the process. Wandsworth Council's Planning Committee met on the 21st of November and voted unanimously to refuse the application. So this now goes to the GLA for a mayoral decision, and the Secretary of State can also call it in. It's a rather long prayer, so I've been asked to reduce the prayer that was actually given to me to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response?
Agreed.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Just for clarity, while I am a member of the Wandsworth Planning Applications Committee, I recused myself from voting in that meeting, which is why I haven't declared it as in your declarations you asked if there was anything that was relevant to the agenda, but I'd just like to be absolutely transparent, because some people watching will know that I am normally a voting member of that committee. Although it was 8-0 against the application, I was not one of the 8.
Thank you. Did I already ask if you were going to... oh, you know I did. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response? Can I ask Assembly Member Berry to present the first petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you very much, Chair. There are now 552 signed petitions from Rosalind Earp and Netherton-on-the-Hill Residents Association here today, and I welcome the campaigners from there who've come from Surrey to join us in the gallery today. Their petition says, we, the 1,500 plus residents of Netherton-on-the-Hill, call upon the Mayor and Transport for London to uphold their strategy to provide affordable and sustainable public transport to Outer London and to grant us a public bus service. We have no access to public transport or community transport, thus making residents dependent on cars. We request the 463 bus route, which currently terminates at Coulsdon South Rail Station, be extended to Netherton-on-the-Hill, giving our community access to our closest shopping, transport and medical hub, Coulsdon Town Centre.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for a response?
Yeah. Agreed.
Can I ask Assembly Member Berry to present the second petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you very much, Chair. There are well over 1,200 signatories on this petition from Zoe Garbett calling for more affordable public transport. The petition says the cost of public transport in London is higher than any global major city. We need the Mayor of London and Transport for London to urgently focus on reducing the cost of getting around our city. In the run-up to the next Transport for London budget, we are asking the Mayor to prioritise measures to reduce costs of travel to help all Londoners with the cost of living. We are calling on the Mayor to freeze fares at current levels, extend free bus travel to under 22s, make free travel available 24 hours a day for Freedom Pass holders, offer free travel to all emergency services staff, and provide free bus travel for people seeking asylum. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for response? Can I ask Assembly Member Bakari to present the second petition listed in her name?
Thank you, Chair. It's a very popular subject. This is a petition that's had the support of the lead petitioner, Councillor Jennifer Gould, and it reads: there are currently no public toilets at Morden Station. Access to public toilets is crucial as a matter of accessibility, hygiene and safety, as many individuals have differing levels of need. 25 out of 28 terminus tube stations have public toilets in and immediate adjacent to the station, and Morden is one of the 3 that does not. We, the undersigned, call on Transport for London to open public toilets at Morden Station, signed below to add their voices, TfL, to open public toilets at Morden Tube Station.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petition to the Mayor for response?
Great.
Thank you. Can we, on the petitions update, can we note the responses received to petitions presented at the 8th of June and 7th of September meetings of the London Assembly? And now we go on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes, the seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. And you have the timings indicated to you in your report. Let's move on to the first motion that's in the name of Assembly Member Clark, if you'd like to present your motion.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. As we all know, London has hundreds of tall buildings, from office blocks to residential blocks, and there's many, many more in the pipeline. Many of these will only have one staircase. Therefore, inclusion of a second staircase in buildings over 18 metres is a vital step to ensuring that tall buildings are safe, as this will allow simultaneous escape for residents and entrance from our firefighters. Since the horrible Grenfell fire in 2017, there's been a big push for a requirement for second staircases to be installed in tall buildings as part of wider safety measures. Initially, the government consulted in December 2022 on second staircases being required for all buildings over 30 metres, with the intention for a short-term transition period. In February 2023, the Mayor announced that all buildings over 30 metres in London will require a second staircase. To their credit, the government went further and in July 2023 announced that tall buildings over 18 metres would require a second staircase, and that is to be welcomed. We note that the GLA policies on fire safety go above and beyond current government building regulations, such as those measures outlined in the Fire Safety London Plan guidance documents. In October, the government set out plans for a 30-month transition period for developers to choose whether to amend their schemes to include a second staircase. This means the requirement for a second staircase will not be fully enforced until 2026 at the earliest. Currently, already approved schemes have the first 18 months of the period to begin construction in earnest, meaning they could still be without a second staircase. This is worrying that buildings will be built in London, which will not be as safe as they should be. Our concerns are twofold. First, the transition period has not even started yet, as DLUC has yet to publish the guidance for developers on the requirements for a second staircase. Our motion today therefore calls on Michael Gove to publish the guidance as soon as possible to begin the transition period and to clarify what is specifically required by developers. The longer the government delays the publication of the guidance, the longer this issue will continue. The Mayor has already written twice in recent months on this issue, outlining his concerns at the delay and a lack of clarity. Secondly, we believe the 30-month transition period is simply too long, and the DLUC should shorten this time frame. If the initial 18-month period to begin construction is shortened, then more developers will have to ensure that a second staircase is designed into their schemes. I think we can all agree that this is about safety, it's about keeping Londoners safe, and that is the absolute heart of this motion, and I hope that all colleagues will support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh to second.
Thank you, Chair. I formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. It's been over 6 years since the Grenfell tragedy, and since then the building safety crisis has raged on as delays and other issues mean that many Londoners remain in unsafe homes. Now, I've met residents from Sutton to Croydon, from Ealing to Stratford, who are fighting to finally be able to live in a home which is safe. Just last month, I met with residents in East Village, an estate in Stratford, which was transformed from the 2012 Athletes' Village. These residents have waited years for their flats' fire safety issues to be rectified, and the work is still yet to begin for some of them. Teachers, policemen and other public service workers are now trapped in these buildings, once inhabited by superstars like Sir Mo Farah and Jessica Ennis-Hill. Now, I don't think that that's what the Olympic legacy for Londoners had in mind. The Liberal Democrats stand with Londoners on the building safety crisis, and while we agree that it's important that London's housing supply does not grind to a halt, as new housing is sorely needed, we must ensure that these new homes are safe, affordable and fit for purpose. When I've spoken to stakeholders on the issue of second staircases, it's not the requirement of the second staircase itself that's causing the issue. It's the uncertainty that has surrounded the introduction of these requirements. The sooner these uncertainties are cleared up, the sooner paused constructions and planning work can resume. So we will be backing this motion. It's an important step towards ensuring that soon no new flats over 18 metres will pose a threat to the lives of those who are living in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'm very upset to see that no Assembly members are respecting Christmas Jumper Day, and hope we can do better next year. But on a lighter note, I am very thankful for both Assembly Member Clark and Assembly Member Sheikh for bringing this motion and raising such an important issue for Londoners. Of course, when we look back at the journey we've had at improving fire safety, it's wide and broad, and there's been many positive steps, and I say that both on behalf of the government, local councils and of course the Mayor, and especially with the earlier guidance on 30-metre buildings. The concerns that I have with this motion is not around the first call of the motion, which is to publish the guidance on second staircase as soon as possible and commence the transition period. I think we all agree that needs to happen. And the reason that that approved document B on fire safety is taking long as well is because it is not just the government but the building safety regulator that actually has to sign off on that. So the call not only has to be to DLUC, but it has to also be to the building safety regulator to do that as swiftly as possible. My concern, however, comes with the second point around shortening the 30-month transition period. I was hoping to hear some evidence or suggestions from the speakers today as to what would be a suitable time and the work that they've done with stakeholders to engage and make sure that that is clearly a suitable time. However, my belief is still that more work has been put into the 30-month transition period into establishing why that's a good thing to do and why that won't essentially cut off large developments which may already be within their supply chains and looking at development. So unfortunately, without the supplementary evidence, which I was hoping that one of the speakers might bring today when they propose this motion, and without a suggestion of what that 30-month transition period should be instead, and the reasons for that, that point isn't something that we feel that we can support today. So we'll be abstaining on this motion, but we are genuinely very supportive of what's happening here and what the motion movers have tried to bring to our attention today.
Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak very briefly, if I can, as to why I was so pleased to see my colleague, Assemblymember Clark, the Chair of the FREP Committee, bring this motion and be pleased to be seconding it. I very rarely stand up and give credit to this government. I think I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've done it. But in this instance, I will say well done to Michael Gove and the Conservative government in, I think, being on the forefront of pushing for the right issue. Second staircases, I think, for developments above 18 metres, so lowering that threshold, is essential for building safety. And I think that it was absolutely the right move from the government to consult on it in December. I wouldn't go without saying actually the Labour group at City Hall were ahead of the game on this one. On behalf of the Labour group, I wrote to Jules Pipe's team specifically in June 2022, making the case that this actually should be applied not just to buildings, the second staircases above 30, up to 30 metres, but also 18 metres. And I think that Senator Bakari was absolutely spot on to talk about Grenfell, because that is what we anchored our response in. This is off the back of many of the really clear and strong contributions that were made by the London Fire Brigade, which were saying that actually one staircase during Grenfell was a catastrophe, and actually had there been two staircases, it would have saved lives. Having firefighters going up the same staircase that survivors were coming down was horrific and traumatic. So I really welcome this move from the government. I think, Senator Best, you make a good point. We don't want to set the time frame. I actually think that's down to DLUC to set, but we think 30 months is too long. For precisely the point that you're making, we actually think it's stalling development and it's stalling the house building that's required in London. So actually our aspiration is to ensure that house building can continue in London, and we think a 30-month period is excessive. And I think that we'd have a clearer sense of what that timeline should look like if we had the specifications from DLUC. We had a FREP meeting in September. We had two representatives from DLUC, and one of the senior representatives from DLUC said very clearly they will be providing the specifications in autumn. It is now winter, so they've missed their own deadline. And we think that until we get that certainty, and Jules Pipes, the Deputy Mayor for Planning Generation, our wrap-up chair, said there are a lot of these specifications that already exist. So I think that we need to see DLUC move a little faster on this, and then I think that we'd be able to have a clearer conversation about what that time period looks like. But 30 months does feel excessive to move on something that is so vital for all the reasons that we've spoken to. So I'm really proud to be seconding this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Clark, to sum up, please.
Just briefly, just to thank everyone for their contributions today, and as ever on the Assembly, if there are concerns, these motions that are so important around fire safety, it's important that we all get behind them. So if there are issues, motions are, you can make amendments, you can come and have a chat. All of these things are available to you. So I'm disappointed to hear that the Conservatives will abstain on this important motion. Thank you.
Can I see all those in favour of the motion proposed?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please?
That's no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. Of course, some of us have been arguing we shouldn't build tower blocks at all. So, anyway, you may need to take 5 seconds off our time. The next, that's for another time. We now move to the motion in the name of Assemblymember Bakari, a slightly amended motion.
Yeah, that's fine. We accept the alteration.
Alteration.
Yeah, thank you. The two-child benefit tax prevents parents from claiming child tax credit or universal credit for any third or subsequent child born after April 2017, and it was introduced by the former Chancellor George Osborne with the aim of encouraging parents of larger families to find a job. It's not worked. And I'm not going to apologise for the facts that I'm going to give you. Data has shown that the number of children in poverty in working families in London has increased to 510,000 children by 2022. Across the UK, 71% of children growing up in poverty live in a household where at least one person works. Now, the larger the family, the poorer the family. 2020 to 21, the national rate of children in poverty living in families with 3 or more children was 33%, compared to 22% for children living in families with 2 children and 21% of children living in families with 1 child. In the UK, children from black and minority ethnic groups are more likely to be in poverty. 48% are now in poverty. In the UK as a whole, children in Bangladeshi and Pakistani households are most likely to live in low-income deprivation. The cap has affected an estimated 1.5 million children. Now, according to the Child Poverty Coalition, removing the cap would be the most cost-effective way of reducing the number of children living in poverty. And abolishing the cap would lift 250,000 children out of poverty, and a further 850,000 would be in less deep poverty. Now, during economy committee meetings, the cost of living conference, panel discussions here, we have heard again and again from charities and campaign organisations who agree that we must scrap the cap. Now, more than 50 organisations have called for it to be abolished, including the Church of England, the TUC, the Children's Society, Joseph Rowntree Foundation. The moral argument is clear, but the facts are clear and can no longer be ignored. The Liberal Democrats will scrap the cap because behind all of these numbers are children. Children who are living in cold accommodation with no new clothes or shoes, unlikely to be celebrating birthdays or festivals like Christmas. Children should not have to worry for their parents. Children should not be missing meals. Children should not be feeling shame. And yet this is what is happening in our city. The Mayor of London recently paid for free school meals for just a year, but scrapping the cap will bring real change in the long term, and he should be pushing his party and the government to do this, because not for a short-term election pitch. This will actually eradicate poverty for our most vulnerable in some of our most diverse parts of London. Please support this motion, and let's make sure our leaders bring the change that we need for our children.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to second.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to second this motion today. The Childhood Trust defines children as living in poverty when they lack an acceptable level of material resources and experiences relative to their peers. This involves having a nutritious diet, living in a home with minimum standards of basic amenities such as hot running water, heating, and a home that's free from damp and mould. Yet these are just basic conditions that should be met. It's not a luxury. Yet in London, 800,000 children live in poverty. And in every London classroom, 3 out of 10 children will be living in poverty. These are real children. These are not just numbers on a piece of paper. Growing up in challenging, often heartbreaking living conditions, feeling the impact of this poverty long after they stop being children. And a significant contributor to this is the 2-child benefit cap. As my colleague Assembly Member Bakari has already outlined, the 2-child benefit cap is a cruel policy that's pushed families into poverty across the UK, and disproportionately so in London, where family sizes on average are larger than other parts of the UK. And obviously it's been made worse by the cost of living crisis. So besides this policy being, in my view, morally wrong and effectively punishing children, it also brings no sense economically. Child poverty costs our economy £39 billion per year, and studies have shown that the policy has had absolutely no positive impact on employment or earnings like the Conservatives at the time claimed it would. So scrapping this cruel policy is the most cost-effective way to reduce child poverty across our capital, and it's simple to do, and it would instantly lift 250,000 children out of poverty. I think it's something that we should be doing to help children in our city. Children deserve the chance to thrive, not be held back in school and denied a better future, and I hope all members will support this motion today.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? I'll put therefore the Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. 250,000 children, a way to lift them out of poverty. This is absolutely something that anyone should be supporting. I note the Labour group haven't yet spoken, and I'm keen to see how they'll vote, because we know nationally Keir Starmer has refused to commit to lifting the child benefit cap. In fact, it looks like it will stay. I accept he's different to the London Labour group, so I hope today will be a day that you make the right choice. Earlier this week, I met with Child Poverty Action Group and had this conversation with them. I've also met this week with Women's Budget Group and also the Runnymede Trust. Talking to the Runnymede Trust for a long time, they've spoken about a wealth tax, the fact that when Keir Starmer and the government say there's no money left or we can't afford this, what they're really saying is their priorities are not poverty, not starving children. Their priorities are protecting multimillionaires and billionaires. There are political choices to be made here, and we must absolutely make the right ones. So I hope in London, I hope to see the Labour group go against their national policy, but we'll wait and see in a moment when we vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, to sum up, please.
Well, yes, I'm interested to see how the Labour group vote as well, but I'm also really keen to make sure that we do the right thing here today, because we've been hearing, as I've heard from Assembly Member Polanski, from every angle when it comes to child poverty groups and campaigners and charities. They all want the same thing, and I think it's about time that we listened and we did the right thing too. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the Assembly please indicate all those in favour of the motion? Please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please.
No votes against, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now move to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Best. If you could present your motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Here we go. I think that the calls of the motion are fairly obvious and the text is fairly lengthy, so hopefully people have had a chance to go through it. I've been interested for a long time in how we are effectively going to get to net zero, and especially when that comes to looking at industry, because very often our focus is on personal choices people can make and personal ways within which the home that people can make changes to achieve net zero. But actually we know that the biggest changes that need to happen are across industry. And when you look at some of the calls of the industry, and I've been meeting with a lot of stakeholders, and I've done this over my term as an Assembly, so this is a motion much in the work, in a longer term piece of work. When you speak to a lot of stakeholders and some of those large industrial sites that we have within London, one of the main calls that they have is that they believe that to transition to greener technologies, they will need a supply of hydrogen, and they believe that's the best way in which they are able to keep the industry moving forward and still compete competitively. So when we look at the accelerated pathway which the Mayor has drawn up, it's clear from speaking to stakeholders that they don't think that that pathway would be the right amount of hydrogen demand per year. They think there's a much greater need for that. And actually what this motion is asking for is just that we look again. And just to say, sorry, Chair, late this morning I saw there was a green alteration which I'd like to accept into the motion.
It's missing a paragraph, so our lovely RSO is running as we speak with some extra papers.
Yeah, in that case, then I guess I have to stop. Like, I don't know. Well, no, because I don't know if I can. The motion's already been. I'm just going to pause for a second.
Can I clarify? Our group wants to amend the motion. We have circulated a version which we're not 100% sure is the version that the member has seen. So it is because it's not the version that's on the table in front of us.
Could you?
So we are just bringing down the new version, which is the version we've agreed with the Labour group who wish to second it. And then the member might want to check it's the one she's seen before she says
well, if we allow Assembly Member Best
I ask to not move this.
But Assembly Member Best doesn't at this stage need to say whether she accepts the amendment because we've not tabled it yet.
I'd like some time to see it. So can we just move on to the next one, please?
There seems to be a consensus.
Don't worry, I won't do the speech again.
There seems to be a consensus that we should park this motion and move to the next one.
Which is...
I think you probably need to give people time to read.
We'll start the next one.
So we'll start the next motion, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proposing this motion today to highlight the important work that teaching staff, support staff carry out, yet they experience the worst working conditions of those working in schools. You may already be aware that school support staff are often on term-only contracts, but what is not well known is that the staff in the same workplace are paid different levels of London waiting. The same borough cannot be both inner and outer London, depending on what job you have within the school. This is simply unfair. This has resulted in substantial financial pressure on support staff, families, and significant issues for schools in terms of retention and recruitment. School support staff play a vital role in the education of our children. Yet, schools are facing issues with retention for teaching assistants, those in facilities, catering, cleaners, admin staff, and those dealing with children with special educational needs within their schools. So this motion calls on the Mayor to support the GMB Trade Union Waiting for Change campaign, calling for the standardisation of London waiting. This would mean that some of London's low-paid staff get the uplift required when living and working in London. It will improve recruitment and retention of public sector workers who work so hard to keep services running, in this case the school support staff who educate our children, and will provide dignity in this cost of living crisis. The GMB have been writing to schools, to councils, and generally are trying to publicise the issue as much as they can using various channels. So this motion is part of that campaign. Obviously, councils are lobbying the government as well. So in the interest of fairness and equity, I urge you all to vote for this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to second, please.
Formally, and I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you. The brief of the speech is really just to thank Assembly Member Desai for bringing this to, and to thank the GMB for all their work, and we'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oops, my apologies. I'm inclined to support this motion. I should perhaps begin with a minor declaration that my wife is one of these much vaunted support members of staff in a school. Fortunately, not one of the deplorable Labour boroughs which is listed in the motion. I think it's quite appalling to have two groups of staff within the same organisation, whether it's a school or any organisation, all working together for the same goal. You know, in the case of a school, obviously supporting the education and development of the children in the school, and to say to one group that they're important and they're going to get extra weighting, and to another group not very important and they don't deserve an extra weighting. So I find it very difficult to understand how we've managed to get to this situation. I appreciate the Labour group bringing this motion, calling out these boroughs for this terrible practice. However, you knew there'd be a however. So this motion calls on us to support GMB's Waiting for Change campaign with a hilarious pun or play on words about the use of the word waiting. We can find no evidence of what this is, what the proposals are for this campaign. So, you know, it looks like a literal pig in a poke. We cannot vote for a motion which asks us to support a campaign which you can find no evidence of. And we have asked the Labour group what this is. Can they send us a list of what this campaign consists of? And we don't have it. So without knowing what it is we're being asked to support, I cannot support the motion, so I'm therefore obviously going to have to abstain, but I just want to abstain in a way that makes it very clear that everything else apart from this weird non-specified GMB campaign, we wholeheartedly support. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, you wish to contribute?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I must say I'm slightly confused by Assembly Member Garrett, who is the leader of the Conservative group on this Assembly, and why he wouldn't want to support something which seems pretty clear to me. I mean, we went through the process in Wandsworth of setting up a shared staffing arrangement with Richmond, which is an outer London borough, and Wandsworth is an inner London borough, and faced the fact at that point that a number of staff employed across the shared staffing arrangement, the SSA as it's known locally, were being paid different amounts of money, and I'm sure Assembly Member Rogers knows all about it. And what we did was we decided that we should equalise equalise across the outer and inner London boroughs the London waiting figure for everybody, and that it was at the higher level. And really, what is being talked about in this motion is the standardisation of London waiting for people who are working in the same workplace and who are amongst the lowest paid staff in London. You know, the cost of living in London, if it hasn't escaped Assembly Member Garrett's notice, is incredibly expensive. It is ridiculous to suggest that London waiting should not be equalised in workplaces for people who are being paid at the bottom of the pay scale. And it's housing costs, of course, that contribute massively to poverty, along with the huge increases in fuel that people have been struggling with. And we know that once those housing costs are increased, and housing is hardly less expensive now, given rental and mortgage rates having gone up as well, for people who live in outer London areas where this practice continues. So, you know, the Liz Truss crushing of the economy has really not helped here. Maybe that's something that is of more concern to him. Who knows? I think this is a really important motion. It's important for our lowest paid workers, but as with the London living wage and improved working conditions, it's also better for employers, better staff retention. Thank you, Chair. Do support.
I noted some chuntering going on there. Members are fully able to ask for a point of personal explanation if that's something you want to do.
I think it might be helpful, Chair, because by her own admission, Assemblymember Cooper is confused.
Please stand.
So let me see if I can resolve Assemblymember Cooper's confusion. All of the points in the motion I'm happy to support, enthusiastically support, apart from the part that says the Mayor to support the GMB's waiting, WEIGHT, for change campaign. What is that campaign? There is no evidence of it anywhere in the world that we can find, and that includes our support staff emailing your support staff to say, what is this thing that we are being asked to support? We have no idea what it is. I made clear that we have no idea what it is when I spoke just now, and Assemblymember Cooper has managed to speak for 2 whole minutes and still give us no idea what it is. So the thing that we are not clear about is GMB's Waiting for Change campaign. If somebody over that side of the Assembly could tell us what that is, that would be marvellous. Thank you, Chair.
That's clear, Assembly Member. And to sum up, Assembly Member Desai.
And I will tell you, Assembly Member Garrett, what the campaign is all about. I'm tempted to counter what Assembly Member Garrett calls deplorable Labour councils. I'll just say this, that these councils have had years of austerity cuts, and what you should be doing is pressing your government to fund them properly. It's a simple campaign, and have a look at the GMB Southern region. I'm a member of GMB London region. It's on their website. They're writing to schools, to councils. These are the support staff, not some union bureaucrats or whatever. Writing to school, to councils. They're pressurizing MPs. Right now, it's a campaign move to publicise the issue. It's a very simple motion, Mr. Member Garrett, and I was hoping for all party support. But unfortunately, what you can't seem to do is accept that this issue of basic fairness, that is the principle at stake here. Thank you.
Chair.
I've told you what it is. It's about publicizing the issue. It's a lame excuse not to support what such a fundamental sort of a campaign that raises fundamental issues.
Chair, I'm concerned that Assemblymember Garrett may be suffering from deafness because I said equalisation of London waiting. He may not have heard me.
I'd rather personal insults weren't thrown across. You know, we get that when the Mayor's here. We don't want it from Assembly members.
It wasn't an insult. I was expressing concern.
We now move to a vote on the motion. All those in favour, please.
Is there still time to propose an amendment to this motion?
It's probably too late, Assembly member.
Too late? It's a very small amendment that would simply delete that one bullet point that we're unclear about.
Neil, you can. The Greens just tried to propose so whilst I was speaking.
One rule for one.
Are you insisting on proposing a motion at this late stage?
I would like to propose an amendment to the motion that is before us, which is identical to the text of the motion as it stands before us, deleting the words.
Assembly member, are you aware, Assembly member, before you accept it, you're aware that we will have to open up the entire debate again, and that you're quite content to allocate more time to this? in order to have an amendment.
Chair.
And I'm giving you a lots of laxative.
Laxative.
I tell you what.
Chair.
I tell you what. I probably will. No, it's.
Chair.
Please.
May I?
Assembly Member Moema, please.
Could we ask the clerk, I don't know if it's different practice in the GLA compared to other places, but once a chair has moved to a vote, there are no more amendments to a motion. Can we just confirm that?
As far as I'm aware, the standing orders are quiet on it, Chair, so I think
Yeah.
it's for you to determine what's reasonably
The objective of this chamber is to allow members to speak, hopefully in an organised way that we know about beforehand. But if it's not the case, then we will just have to allow members to speak, chaotic though it may be. Assembly Member Garrett has proposed a motion, an amendment. Is that been seconded by anyone?
I so second, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Does anybody want to speak on that amendment?
Yes, I'd like to speak against it. Because I haven't seen this amendment and I find it really difficult. I find it really difficult to vote in favour of something that I haven't seen. I've consulted the GMB website for details of it and no one can find it anywhere. Apparently it is a completely secret amendment that no one has seen. But I'm amazed that Assembly Member Prince feels able to second something that I suspect he may also not have seen. Because just a second ago Assembly Member Garrett said you couldn't possibly vote in favour of something that you hadn't seen. However, it now appears that you can move an amendment that nobody has seen and second it.
Assembly Member, you can move an oral amendment, which the Assembly Member has done.
Point of personal explanation.
We need
Chair.
to allow people to speak.
There's a point of personal explanation.
Have you? Oh yes.
Just to remind Assembly Member.
Everyone's so intent on this meeting dragging out. Will you carry on? You carry on.
Just to remind Assembly Member Cooper, I don't have to see the amendment. I can second amendment orally on having heard it.
Yeah, I think I said that. Assembly Member Bailey, please.
I think it bears repeating. There's two things. Firstly, we have seen it, Assembly Member Cooper, because it's a removal of a particular section of the amendment we already have. So we have seen it. That's the first point. Secondly, as my colleague said, we are enthusiastic about this, but there was no details provided about the campaign. So we can't sign up to a campaign that we don't have details for. We are currently looking at the website and it isn't on there. So the idea that we don't want to support equalisation of salaries is completely ridiculous, because we do. We'd love to do that, but we cannot support a campaign that there is no details for. And when we asked for those details, they weren't provided. If you provide those details, we'd have been happy to look at them. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Desai, please.
Chair, my office tells me that we did send the information about the campaign to your group. So I think you should check with your staff.
We did.
And what you're looking for, again, to repeat for the umpteenth time, an excuse not to support such an important issue, a campaign which is around fundamental issues. Well, so someone here is misleading. It's not us, I would suggest, right? I've got it here in writing that our office did send information. So, I mean...
Why don't you tell us the details while you're speaking?
I've told you.
Can we have less calling across?
I've told you what the details are.
Please.
So, the basic issue is the campaign. Publicising the issue, writing to councils. It's a member-led campaign. School support staff are heavily involved. They are lobbying MPs. Well, it is on the website.
Assembly Member Bailey,
you're looking for
excuses, Member Bailey. Asked you not to do this.
It's on the GMB Southern Region website. Have a look at it. Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Right. Is that done?
Yes.
Right, we have the amendment to be presented, in the amendment in Assembly Member Garrett's name. All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3. Bear with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10 votes in favour of the amendment, Chair.
Thank you. All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against the amendment, so the amendment is carried.
The amendment is carried. Now can we put the vote to the Assembly, the amended motion, All those in favour of the amended motion, please indicate.
Is that unanimous, Chair?
Yes.
It looks unanimous.
The motion as amended, with the amendment.
The motion as amended. As amended. Right. Let's now. Right, because so that's carried. Because we still need possibly a little time.
No. Have you got the Green Amendment?
Our members.
I've round yet because I haven't typed that into the chair.
Chair, just quickly, I think the amended text that I've just seen is the same text I saw this morning, so it actually was the same thing.
I haven't put it round yet, Chair, so can I just suggest that we do the next one?
Let's do the next one to be absolutely sure, because we're... So the next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Garrett, please. That's okay.
Well, he caught on the hop. I thought we were doing the previous
Well, it's been a bit chaotic, to say the least.
It's been very straightforward and clear throughout, Chair. Well-chaired meeting. So this is, in some ways, a return to the discussion about bus safety and the fact that London's buses hospitalise, on average, about 50 people every month. And this is a sort of static figure that has been there for a long time. The most recent data actually shows that it has increased over the term of this mayor's office. Despite his commitment to Vision Zero, the number of people being hospitalised and killed by London's buses continues to rise. The specific point, I think, that I'm really interested in this motion is about transparency, about making it clear what's going on, because both the mayor and TfL have their commitment to Vision Zero, so they're committed to at least reducing it, ideally to zero, but certainly reducing it a bit. My concern is that although the data that I mentioned, so for the last 2 months that are available, there's 99 people who were hospitalised by London's buses, plus not including fatalities. That data is actually quite hard to get. It's published on the TfL website, but it's quite hard to obtain. All this motion is attempting to do is make it so that the information for each TfL board meeting, that information about the number of people being hospitalised, the number of people being killed by London's buses on the streets is included within the Commissioner's report, presented before the TfL board, so that they can do then what I think they would naturally do with that information, which is interrogate it and press TfL to improve those figures so that fewer people, passengers, cyclists, pedestrians, other road users, are being hospitalised and killed by London's buses. The Mayor sort of committed to do it when I asked him about this at the last MQ. However, since then, the new TfL Commissioner's report for the TfL board meeting, which is happening on Wednesday, has come out. It doesn't contain these figures. So I think let's call that an omission due to time pressure. But I'm optimistic that the following TfL board meeting, with unanimous support from the Assembly, which I think we can rely on today, will encourage that data to go in front of the TfL board so that they can see the extent of this problem and then start to do something about it, which I think we would all certainly want to see. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry to second, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to colleagues for working cross-party and drafting this motion. I join Assembly Member Garrett, I join bus drivers and I join Londoners in calling on our Mayor to provide an update on exactly how much progress has been made towards achieving Vision Zero for buses. The Mayor's 2022 target was a 70% reduction in people killed or seriously injured in or by a bus. In reality, the Mayor has only hit a 54% reduction. Colleagues, no Londoner should lose their life because of a Transport for London bus, and no bus driver should feel they can't raise safety concerns. As my colleague, Assembly Member Russell, pointed out to us at the last plenary, we can and we must continue to hold the Mayor to achieving his own Vision Zero targets. Thanks to the tireless efforts of campaigners like Tom Carney, who has been such a strong voice on bus safety for over a decade, I am confident today's motion is another step on the pathway to Vision Zero. London can achieve zero road deaths, and action on buses is an essential part of getting there. I urge you all to vote for this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank you very much indeed. The Lib Dem group welcome this motion today and we will be supporting it. I mean, it's deeply concerning that more people have been killed and seriously injured by London buses in 2022 than in 2016, in a trend that sadly suggests that despite all of the efforts, and there has been so much going on, that we are not on track to achieving the Mayor's aspiration for no one to be killed in or by a London bus by 2030, an aspiration that we all quite clearly support. Any death or injury caused by a TfL vehicle is one too many, and the pain such a death causes the victim's family, friends and loved ones is insurmountable. And my thoughts are with those who have been impacted by these collisions and incidents today. And we agree with the motion's call for the Commissioner to include the number of those hospitalised by or on TfL buses in the Commissioner's monthly report to the TfL Board, and to include both the numbers of bus-related KSIs and significantly more detail on those in the Commissioner's report, so that the whole Board is aware of the level and trend in this bus data. And I welcome there has been some movement on this. We had a letter we were copied to as leaders to Assemblymember Garrett about this from the Deputy Mayor for Transport, and that's good progress. But it's really important this is always up the agenda. This data will make it far more accessible for TfL to be held to account and provide that crucial data to improve safety in and around all TfL operations. I hope the Mayor will respond positively to this motion today.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garrett to sum up, please.
Well, having been accused of dragging things on, Chair, I will cut things short. I think it's obvious why this is a good idea. The Mayor more or less agreed to do it. I think everybody in this chamber would want to see it done. The data is available. It's really hard to find. It should be more easy to find. It should be put under the Board's noses so that they can't avoid looking at it and commenting on it, and therefore hopefully doing something about it. And I hope it's an important step to making that happen. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion as indicated?
I believe, is that unanimous, Chair?
Looks unanimous to me.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We'll now go back to motion 3.3 in the name of Assemblymember Best. I trust all Assembly members have had an opportunity to read the slight textual change, the amendment. Back to Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the wheel up on the hydrogen motion, but I won't give it to you again, don't worry. I will take the green amendments as an alteration into the amendment. I actually think that they have strengthened the motion, and I am thankful for those amendments. And I hope, given that means hopefully that they've done this, I hope that means we have some more unanimous decisions coming our way.
Thank you. Assemblymember Fortune to second, please.
I second and reserve my right to speak.
Assemblymember, do you wish to speak? Assemblymember Polanski as the proposer of the original.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assemblymember Best, for the motion, and thanks for accepting the amendment and indeed saying that it strengthened it. Just to explain very briefly, yesterday I was with 7 schools doing a mock COP28, and lots of things were on the agenda, including hydrogen and discussions around green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. And one of the young people asked me the question about the fact that in COP26, in fact, myself and Assemblymember Devonish were in Glasgow, there was 550 fossil fuel companies at COP26. At COP28, it's now been revealed there's hundreds of thousands of fossil fuel companies. So all this amendment is basically doing is saying where we're looking to do things, we need to keep the focus on reducing and keeping fossil fuels in the ground, and where there's other alternatives being looked at, they should always be independently assessed and verified, and not by people who have incentives like natural gas companies. So please support the motion.
Assemblymember Cooper, did you want to contribute?
Yes. We just had a big discussion about whether or not we would continue to second this, but I mean, our concern on reading the motion was the clarity that it needed to have in it about the difference between blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, which I think was the paragraph that somehow got lost in translation before it got passed around. Assemblymember Polanski has talked about the fossil fuel companies part of the amendment, and the bit that I'm going to address is the fact that blue hydrogen, I mean, you can't say that you're heading towards net zero and doing a good thing if you're using blue hydrogen, because its carbon footprint is higher if it's derived from methane gas than what you're hoping to replace. So it's really important that you use green hydrogen that's derived from sources that aid you on your route away from fossil fuels and away from emitting carbon. There's no point producing producing hydrogen if the processes that you're going to use are massively carbon intensive. And so we're very pleased to second this motion. And I would agree with Assembly Member Best that the amendment does indeed strengthen the motion, and I hope it will be unanimously approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune, do you wish to?
No, let's move to the vote, Chair.
Assembly Member Best, do you want to sum up?
No, thank you.
And so we'll now move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion as amended, please indicate.
I believe that looks unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. That's the motions out the way.
It is, Chair. As we have a few moments,
Yes.
shall we do this item, Chair? Just
As we're running a little bit ahead of time, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
A good try.
I have no doubt that Assembly members will do something about that. Can we now take item 10A, the appointment of independent persons, which you'll see at the end of the agenda? Members will see that you've got a supplementary agenda today about the appointment of independent persons. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the recommendations set out in the report? Nobody wishes to speak. Thank you very much. We now, well,
I believe that's all the business,
have we got
Chair.
all the business that we need to
It
get
is.
through?
I would
Nothing
just
from
say
the end.
there's an extension to the meeting now because when we come back it'll be too late. So if we wouldn't mind.
Oh yes, that's a very good point. Even though we're now breaking for, I'm now having a break. Well, it's probably a wise time for me to ask that the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9A in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1H in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed. Good, because it means I don't have to read that this afternoon. Thank you very much. And with that, we will be returning at 12:30. Thank you so much.
The home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall.
We now move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on housing in London. Joining us here in the chamber from left to right is Conor O'Shea, who is the Policy and Public Affairs Manager at Generation Rent. We then have Fiona Fletcher-Smith, who is the chair of the G15 group of housing associations in London. We then have Kate Webb, Head of Housing Strategy at the GLA. Tim Steer, who is the Executive Director for Housing and Land at the GLA. We have then Tom Copley, the Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development. We also have Lisa Fairmaner, Head of the London Plan and Growth Strategy at the GLA. And then we have Robert Colvile, who's the Director of the Centre for Policy Studies, and Alistair Smyth, Director of Policy and Research at the National Housing Federation. Welcome to the meeting, and it's a long list of people, so we'll bear that in mind on your replies, shall we? Because a nice, concise reply always helps. There will be one lead-off question from me as Chair to the Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development, and Assembly members can then put supplementary questions to both guests, to any guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like to answer, for their question, and once again, succinct answers are wonderful. So my lead-off question to the Deputy Mayor for Housing is, what are the current housing challenges facing London, and how can these be addressed?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I also want to say thank you to the Assembly for rearranging the timing of this session so that I was able to attend. It's also very nice to see you, Chair, because I don't get to see you at Housing Committee anymore. So I'm looking forward to taking a trip down memory lane today. I'm asked a lot about the challenges facing the housing sector at the moment, and my usual response straight off is, well, how long have you got? But given your prompt at the beginning, given the number of people on the panel, I will try to be as brief as possible in my opening remarks. But there is an awful lot wrong at the moment. More and more Londoners are being enveloped by the housing crisis. We've had a housing crisis for a very long time, but more and more people are being enveloped by it. And right now it feels like every single light on the dashboard is flashing red at the same time. I'm going to start with homelessness and specifically rough sleeping, and the reason for that, the reason why I couldn't be with you earlier this morning, is that I was at St John's Church in Waterloo, where the Mayor launched London's first rough sleeping charter, which will see businesses, charities, faith groups and community organisations rally together with the shared vision of tackling the challenge of rough sleeping in the capital. I won't go into too much more detail about it now, but I will give you the website address if you wish to sign up. It is endroughsleepinglondon.org.uk. Homelessness and rough sleeping is a big priority for the Mayor, and since 2016, City Hall's rough sleeping budget has quadrupled. More than 16,000 rough sleepers have been helped off the streets, with the vast majority not seen sleeping rough again. But we are facing enormous challenges, as we are elsewhere in housing. And government policies, for example, on welfare and on asylum, are driving up numbers. I wrote to the government recently regarding the streamlined asylum process, which is resulting in many cases now in rough sleepers, rather than getting the statutory 28 days notice to leave their Home Office accommodation once they have been granted residency, they are in reality getting only 7 days notice. Now, with the best will in the world, even if you are very familiar with housing in this country, even if English is your first language, it is going to be extremely difficult for you to find accommodation in only 7 days. So we need action on this. But we also know that the homelessness crisis in London goes well beyond rough sleeping. Rough sleeping is, of course, the most tragic and the most visible form of homelessness, but we are now seeing more and more people who are now living in temporary accommodation. More than 170,000 Londoners in TA, including 1 in 23 children. That's one child in every classroom. And that is costing local authorities in this city £60 million a week on temporary accommodation. And that's amidst all the other financial pressures that they are facing, and we are seeing councils now across the country being forced to issue Section 114 notices. We have to get to grips with the temporary accommodation crisis. We know that part of the homelessness crisis is caused by an increasingly unaffordable and insecure private rented sector, and we are seeing average private rents soaring. So they're expected next year to reach a level of £2,700 a month, which is absolutely eye-watering. And that kind of rapid rise in rents is completely unsustainable. And of course, renters face more insecurity than any other people living in any other tenure, really. There is a constant threat of eviction, particularly if landlords think they can get a higher rent from a different tenant. We have been promised Renters Reform Bill and an end to no-fault evictions since 2019. While I'm pleased that the bill has now been finally published, we have seen thousands and thousands of renters in the meantime being served no-fault eviction notices, and the government has said they won't actually bring in the ban, even once the Renters Reform Bill is passed, on no-fault eviction until the court system has been reformed. So we are going to see even further delay. I'm going to turn to housing delivery, because we know that increasing the supply of housing, and particularly increasing the supply of social and affordable housing, is the best way to improve housing affordability in this city. And we have had, as I have said to the committee, said to the Assembly many times, some quite considerable successes on this front in London. We hit that 116,000 affordable housing starts target, extremely challenging, set by the government. Should add the government missed their national target by 6,500 affordable homes, but we hit that in London. We've seen a big shift under that programme towards social housing, and a particular shift towards council housing. It was absolutely vital to get councils back into the business of house building, not least because housing association resources were having to be diverted elsewhere away from new build. But we're now seeing the most new council homes in London than any year since the 1970s. But we've also seen success on overall housing numbers as well. It is sometimes said that you can't have an increase in both overall supply and an increase in affordable supply. We've proved that you can in London, with more new homes of all tenures being delivered in this city than at any time since the 1930s. We've seen planning approvals for all homes up 8% in London since 2016. At the same time, they've fallen by 14% in the rest of England. But the success that we have seen, and it's not enough. We absolutely need more. We need more support from the government to do that. But the success that we have seen is under threat. We have had a perfect storm of Brexit, labour shortages, the pandemic, the building safety crisis, austerity hollowing out planning departments, materials cost inflation, rising interest rates, war in Ukraine, contractor insolvency, and regulatory uncertainty over mandatory second staircases being the latest example of this. And now, unfortunately, we are seeing a shrinkage as developers pull back from going for planning permission. And the biggest factor in that at the moment is second staircases, which I do want to touch on. As you know, the government consulted on a 30-metre height threshold for mandatory second staircases in December last year. A year later, almost, they have not responded to that consultation. 7 months after they launched the consultation, in a speech, the Secretary of State said that that height threshold would now be 18 metres, but provided no technical details or transitional arrangements for that. And as a result, developers are simply not coming forward for planning permission while they wait. They wait for the technical details, because what's absolutely vital for the entire housing sector, and what they say to me constantly, is what they need is certainty. They're not going to go ahead for planning permission for a building which might turn out not to comply with the new standards further down the line. It's something that the government absolutely urgently has to sort out. So we've been taking action at City Hall. Just to summarise some of the things that we've done. Myself and Councillor Darren Rodwell from London Councils brought together the Housing Delivery Task Force. 27 organisations signed up to more than 20 recommendations to the government and to City Hall. I know, can I see Tony Devonish? He's always very keen for recommendations to come to us here as well. We've agreed to a number of recommendations, the key one for the government being a short-term injection of £2.2 billion in order to get our affordable homes target back up to the original 35,000. We've launched a new council homes acquisitions programme, which I know the Assembly will have some questions on. This is going to fund councils to buy properties to use as temporary accommodation to tackle that temporary accommodation crisis that I've already talked about. We are continuing to lobby the government to devolve powers to London over the private rented sector to enable us to design a system of rent control that would work in London. And of course, we keep lobbying the government to pass the Renters Reform Bill. Now, there are many, many other important issues, not least building safety, and of course the quality and management of homes, which I know the committee will have questions on. But I've spoken for rather a long time now. I'm looking forward to your questions, and I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're now going on to the supplementary questions. Each group is allocated an amount of time proportional to their size. The first question to be asked is in the name of Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for that summary of the many crises we face. We have a tabled Mayor's question. We've tabled some written questions today from our group, and we do discuss things regularly as well. So I do have some questions for you today, but they're quite factual and short, you'll be pleased to know. So starting with you for a few minutes, I want to ask about the new council homes acquisition programme. As you know, I'm a big fan of the Right to Buy Back initiative. I think that we should be buying as well as building new council homes. Obviously, my group can't take the credit for all of this, but we did put forward a budget amendment in 2021 which looked exactly at purchasing homes to let to key workers. But yes, looking at your announcement of the council homes acquisition programme, I would love it if these were additional social rented homes. But your answer to my question 2023-4424 did say this was part of the AHP 2021 to 26. So I want to know what's happened to your overall target for social rent homes. Presumably, in funding some of the acquisitions, you've lost some of the grant you're able to give for building. And are you able to give us the new overall target and by what number you've reduced the numbers of social homes that you're going to build under that programme?
Under the AHP?
Under the overall AHP for 21 to 26.
On, there we are. Yes, under the overall AHP, with agreement with DLUC, given that the world had changed in terms of the macroeconomic situation, we reprofiled, asked partners to reprofile. And we now have, rather than the 35,000 target, we have a target range of between circa 23,000 and just over 27,000 homes, reflecting those changed economic circumstances. Just to say as well, proportionally, there will be more homes for social rent delivered within that because we've been pushing for that for a long time, and it just so happened that the Secretary of State happened to agree that we should be doing more homes for social rent as part of that.
That's really great. So do you have, because you've obviously given out the number 10,000 in connection with the Council Homes Acquisition Programme. So does that mean you're only now building 14,000?
The 10,000 is over 10 years, so it will cover multiple AHPs. So the maximum acquisitions we can do under the rules that are set by the government will be, depending on where we get to on the range, between about 2,300 and about 2,700 under this programme. That will be the maximum we can do in terms of acquisitions because that's where the cap is.
So the rest to make up the 10,000 that you've announced you want to build will be in future
affordable homes programmes because it's over a 10-year period.
Okay, that is very useful. Thank you very much. We will discuss this further at future sessions. So now, with my time that I have left, I'd like to turn to Lisa, Lisa Fairmaner from the London Plan team. And I think because this plenary is looking at the current challenges facing London, we need to look really clearly at what kind of people we're trying to build the homes for, at the demographics that's going on. The Housing in London report that comes out from the GLA that's towards the housing strategy, but I believe your team must have quite a lot of contact with, it highlights that overcrowding in London continues to increase. And at the same time, we've got, as we saw in the census, demographic changes going on with the number of children on school rolls decreasing. London boroughs are predicted to be losing around 7,000 reception pupils by 2026. So we've got two issues here. We've got families crowded into homes. We've got quite a lot of hidden families, parents living with their parents in these overcrowded homes. And then we clearly have other people just deciding to have fewer children. And that's a really serious consequence of that level of overcrowding. But also these are two slightly contradictory trends. So I wanted to ask what kind of research your team are doing on this, and when you're going to be publishing it, and can you publish anything separate on teasing out these trends that come in different types of data as well, so that we can really understand what's going on?
Thank you. We're expecting to do the new strategic housing market assessment next year. So the timing of that is quite critical. We have to make sure it's still up to date by the time we get to examination in public. But equally, we need to know what London's housing need is before we can start having a look at what the London plan might need to change in order to address that need. And that will look at across things like tenure, household makeup, and those demographic points that you raise, along with things like multi-generational families and those aspects.
So in terms of the kind of research that you're doing, the census, the 2021 census, was quite complicated by the fact that the pandemic was still ongoing at that time. The Housing in London report sort of says that. It says some of this data may be quite inaccurate. And we've got the English Housing Survey, and we can only ever use that because the sample size was cut a few years ago over a 3-year rolling average. Is that enough? Are we not going to have to? Are your team going to be commissioning additional research to look in more detail at this? Because it seems to me like getting this wrong would be really serious.
At the moment, we're just in the stage of writing up the methodology to make sure that we get that methodology right, and we will look to agree that next year and then go forward with that. And I probably should have mentioned as well, we're a long way through the Gypsy and Traveller Needs Assessment, which obviously will look at that. And we're expecting to publish that next year as well. So at the moment, we're still looking at what the methodology will be for the SHMA.
Are you confident that you've been resourced enough to do any original research that might be needed to clarify, or are you still going to be relying on these data sources that I mentioned?
I think we'll certainly take into account those data sources, but we are confident that we're resourced sufficiently to get whatever information that we need to look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just move on to another part of the London.
Assembly Member Berry, I don't like to interrupt you in full flow, but Mr O'Shea did indicate that he would like to reply. Have you...
I'm extremely sorry. I did mention to you before the session that I'm very tight on time and that I wouldn't be able to come to any other members of the panel.
It's just incredibly brief. I'm sorry. Generation Rent have just published a report on the trends of private renters within the United Kingdom, but specifically within London, and the biggest trend, the overhead trend we've seen, is suburbanisation. So people moving outwards, especially because of the cost. I'm happy to send that report across to the Assembly at large.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
That would be very kind, thank you. And I'm really sorry, I am very much on the clock here. You can't see my clock, but it is quite scary to see the time ticking away. Lisa, I wanted to come back to you. Obviously, data gathering and evidence are really, really important, but also engagement with Londoners, consultation with residents of London, consultation with different groups of Londoners. I know you've already had a number of stakeholder events, and I've specifically asked about youth engagement. I'm still a bit concerned that these stakeholder events are slightly self-selective, people who are already interested in planning, and that may not include young people, and a bit exclusionary, therefore, in their nature. What other work are you doing to ensure that your engagement with Londoners about the new London plan is representative of the demographic of our city, including young people?
Of course. So there's, I think, 10 different programmes that are underway, of which some of them are self-selecting and some of them are not. In terms of the ones that aren't, we had 160 participants spend 6 hours with us exploring the challenges London faces, and those cohorts were in groups of 40, and each one was representative of Londoners as a whole. In terms of the youth voice, we've somewhat hijacked the Design Future London programme that's now in its third year, to use that to understand and bring the voice of children and young people into the next London plan. There's specific sessions with schools running today and tomorrow, and then we've got cohorts specifically from schools with high pupil premium, high send need, coming in all throughout the week next week to run specific engagement with them to understand, I think, in two parts, their priorities and aspirations for the city they live in, but also as part of the wider design challenge, we want to understand when they've designed an amazing thing as part of their design challenge, what we're going to take from that is what were they trying to achieve, why were they trying to achieve that, what were their priorities, whatever that might be, and that will all be part of that that first phase of the Planning for London programme.
That sounds really interesting. I'm really glad that you're going and engaging at the school level as well, because that is where you'll find the parents. Are you trying to engage also with people who have maybe chosen not to be parents?
Yes, and when I go back to the deliberative events that we hosted, that also included things like household makeup and family makeup to ensure that it was representative of London as a whole. And I can always provide the criteria by which people were specifically recruited, and it's by invitation only to participate in that. So we had a baseline of views and priorities and information from people that were representative specifically for that reason, so that when we do the self-selecting work, we had something to compare it against.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the final thing I wanted to ask was, in what order are you going to be publishing all of these things? I mean, the SHMA, the social housing market assessment is really, really useful. Sorry, the strategic housing market assessment is really, really useful and comes with a lot of background papers. From our point of view as an assembly trying to engage with it, it would be helpful to see some of the background papers in advance. And have you got a publication schedule going forwards for the evidence base as it emerges? I think that would be a really, really useful thing for us to be able to see.
We don't for the SHMA, no. And as I said, the SHLA, which is the land availability, which is the other half of that piece of work, similarly, that's going to be a live database from next year that will launch next year, that people can put sites into, and they'll go through a process, but there'll be a mechanism for that to bring forward. So we have a live picture of understanding about housing land availability across London. And those two projects will go live, we expect, towards the middle of next year.
That's really exciting. Was that in any way influenced by the work that we did to put forward the idea of having a People's Land Commission and enabling people from across London to contribute to thoughts about their own particular neighbourhoods and sites within it?
I think we've definitely been conscious that there shouldn't be any gatekeeping of the bringing forward of potential sites. There has to be some analysis to make sure that sites don't come forward that are not appropriate to be on that list. But nonetheless, anybody should be able to put forward a site, whether that's the development industry, whether that's a member of the public, but also thinking about publicly owned land, for example. So there should be a range of ways in which we bring sites forward and understand what the capacity is across London and those opportunities.
Thank you very much. And then, as you know, part of the reason I'm very enthusiastic about having a People's Land Commission is due to the fact that when I was quite young, I took part in the BBC's Doomsday Project, which enabled me to go out and look at my local area in a way that went on to some exciting laser discs. But also this concept that going into schools and asking schools to take part in this, again, is where everybody is. Is your school project going to link up with that SHLA sites project in any way? And are schools going to be invited to contribute to that? Because I think that would be one way to open up access in a way that reaches everybody.
We were certainly not planning for young people to be putting forward sites specifically, and I think we would definitely have an age limit on it, because I think there's a data management issue there. One of the things that we're trying to work through, for example, is how to manage that data, because there may be some confidential sites that you know, somebody might not want the employees that are currently employed there to know that there's a potential it could change its use. So we're trying to work through all the data management issues. I wouldn't envisage that's the case, but what I would suggest is that we have guidance now, and it's very clear in the London plan, that local areas should do a characterisation study, and that characterisation study should lead towards the growth strategy for an area, and there's definitely an opportunity for children and young people to have a voice in expressing their sense of place, what's important to them, and those things, as well as part of that wider work that we would see being done at a local level. Or a neighbourhood level.
Okay, so the Schleyer will not be for children, but potentially we might be able to talk again about involving a little bit more. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to Assembly Member Mo Emma, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, panel. My question is to Deputy Mayor Copley. So London Council estimates that each month boroughs are spending upwards of £60 million on temporary accommodation, and in fact we heard from them at Housing Committee a short while ago, and I'm sure you've seen the reports of one example of this, a school in Peckham, where 80% of the pupils there are living in temporary accommodation and are therefore homeless. So I want to know what we can do to ensure Londoners have access to safe and secure accommodation.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Moema. Yes, this is absolutely tragic for the people and the families and the children concerned. But it's also a huge drain on the taxpayer and on local authorities to have so many people having to be housed in temporary accommodation because there isn't enough available other accommodation, permanent accommodation for them to live in. So it really is a top priority. And coming out of the London Housing Delivery Task Force, one of the very clear asks from London councils was for the Mayor to produce another programme along the lines of Right to Buyback, which had success in bringing in around 1,300 homes, of which half of which were social and half of which were for temporary accommodation. So we have listened and we have responded to that. We have launched the CHAP programme, as I mentioned earlier, the Council Homes Acquisitions programme. And I think the rebrand is not just cosmetic. I think Right to Buyback suggested that they could, councils could only buy properties that they formerly owned. Actually, that was never the case. They could always buy any market sale property, obviously up to the right price point. But this makes it clear that really they can be acquiring other properties as well. And this is very attractive to councils because it means that they can expand their supply of housing, move people into cheaper accommodation and reduce their bill. But fundamentally, we're going to need more action from the government as well. There's no getting away from that. We need more funding to build social housing. You know, I remember when I was a councillor and we'd be shown the graphs each year, the number of voids that come up in social housing versus the number of people who require temporary accommodation, and the voids would be coming down and down and down, and the TA numbers would be going up and up and up. So we urgently need government action to fix this. We also need action on LHA rates as well. It was welcome that the autumn statement did rebase them at the 30th percentile, having frozen them for several years, but that's only a 1 year unfreezing. It goes back to being frozen after that. We've got to make sure that there are actually enough homes out there that people can afford to live in.
Thank you. That was actually touches on another question which I will come to. And actually this may be one that Fiona, you may have a view on as an RP. So I just wanted to ask you, Deputy Mayor Copley, are you concerned then about the impact that growing up in temporary accommodation is having on children's health and well-being, and how proper provision of permanent accommodation is really integral to that?
Yes, extremely concerned. I mean, the health impacts, often families in temporary accommodation will be overcrowded. Often the quality is very, very poor with the associated health impacts. But then there's also the long-term impacts on child development from children growing up in that kind of environment, perhaps not having any sort of quiet space where they can do their homework, perhaps having to move schools or have to travel very, very far to get to their previous schools. this, I think, for me, I mean, I often talk about the invest to save case for housing. You invest more up front in actual building, you save more down the line. And I think that's nowhere more apparent and more obvious than for temporary accommodation. You know, if councils in London are spending £60 million a week on TA between them, you know, that's what, 700 million a year, more than 700 million a year, 740 million a year. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, that is not far short of the affordable homes budget, the annual affordable homes budget we have, which is about £800 million a year. This makes no sense. You know, we need to be spending that bit more up front, or quite a lot more up front, but to save quite a bit down the line.
Thank you. Just to add to what Tom has said on this, with G15 and the London boroughs, we are working on a project that we're calling Project 123, which is named after the appalling fact that 1 in 23 children in London don't have a permanent home. What we're trying to do is recognise that for housing associations who have been moving more and more towards being financially self-sufficient, we are reliant on sales. We're reliant on selling homes, and in the current market that's not possible. So it seemed to be a sensible idea to look at what empty stock we have as the RP sector and work then with London boroughs to see if there's something we can do between us to use that as temporary accommodation. It is slow at the moment. We kicked it off end of August, early September, and it's slow because we're trying to do something new. But I have to say, with the help of Tom and his team here, the absolute willingness and openness of the London boroughs we're working with, and GLA colleagues, I'm sure we'll crack through some of these problems. And I think our first 20 properties are going to 3 London boroughs at the moment. Doesn't sound much, but if we can prove concept and get going at pace, it will really help.
Thank you for that. So you touched on the increase to the 30th percentile of the local housing allowance, which is welcome, but problematic in that it will be refrozen after 1 year. So what issues does this raise for affordability in London? And then if I can just to you, Conor, and to Tom, if you want to comment as well, what do you think can be done to support households struggling to pay this winter? And obviously I've seen your evidence to the Select Committee in Parliament, so I know that you've touched on some of this, but within a London context, what more could be done here?
It's a very good question. So yes, the oven freezing for a year it might only be a year. It's still welcome, but I think we have to recognise as well that although it's being realigned at the 30th percentile, that's the 30th percentile of average rates. I think the Valuation Office Agency. Of course, what we know is that the asking prices for new properties are considerably higher than that. So the previous time that this was done, although it was realigned at the 30th percentile, that left less than 19% of listings affordable, which then, because it was frozen, reduced considerably over time. So it's kind of, I suppose I'd put it as it's kind of doing just enough to keep us ticking over, perhaps just making sure that things don't completely fall over for a year. But it's really not enough, and the Mayor has called for it to be back to the 50th%, back to median rents, which is what it was before George Osborne came in and introduced austerity, which has led to so many of the problems we are now facing.
Okay, thank you.
I do agree entirely with the Deputy Mayor there with that analysis. We have a really difficult situation for private renters across the board. So LHA obviously supports those at the bottom end of it largely, but across the board rents are reaching the most unaffordable rate that they've been since records began. As you mentioned, it's a national phenomenon, but ultimately this is a London thing as well, and they are most unaffordable in London by any metric. Number one thing that we do have to build more homes. This is a conversation that I know goes on extensively in this chamber and elsewhere. These homes have to be affordable, and actually the affordable metric is often a difficult one for people because 80% of market rent is still really high, and especially as the market rent is going through the roof, Londoners across the board are really struggling to pay that. So that's something we could potentially look at. We also do hear the Mayor of London speak often about rent controls and the devolution of powers to bring rent controls in London. It's certainly something that should be explored, even as an emergency measure, because we do know just how difficult affordability is becoming for so many people across the board. We're going up proportionally of people's incomes into the 40-50% of people's incomes, and we only expect that to go in one direction. It's frankly unsustainable, and it feeds into a lot of the concerns that Councillor Berry raised earlier regarding sort of the future of our city. How can people afford to live here and have a family here if they're paying out 50% of their income on rent? So something like that as an emergency measure certainly should be considered and explored in a progressive way.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the panel. Tom, I was hurt that you only missed Andrew and you didn't welcome seeing me. I'm hurt by that, Tom.
Oh, but I see you regularly now, Assembly Member Bailey, so...
Okay, apology accepted. Tom, I want to focus on the actual delivery of the Affordable Homes Programme, because of course you were given £4 billion to deliver some homes, 151,000. You've reached that target, but we've only had completions of 62,441. When will these other affordable homes be available, delivered?
They'll be delivered over the coming years, is the short answer to that. Just to say on your point around completions, we had more than 40,000 starts in the last 2 years. And with the best will in the world, it's going to be difficult to get a completion straight away out of starts over the last 2 years, and it was an enormous achievement to get in those 40,000 starts over those 2 years. We expect, as I've said to the Assembly before, we expect the vast majority of those homes that have started under the programme to be complete by 2030. A very small number are due to complete after that. The reason why this is over a long period is because in London, so many of these homes are on long-term estate regeneration schemes. And what this has meant, of course, is that housing associations and councils have been able to conduct these schemes in a way they wouldn't have been able to if we'd had, for example, a hard completions deadline. There are obviously many factors that I've discussed out there which are creating issues. Not least, quite a number of contractors have gone bust recently, and obviously if a contractor goes bust partway through a build, that means one of our delivery partners has to procure a new contractor. The cost will go up because it's more expensive for a new contractor to come onto a scheme because they're dealing with something that they didn't start off themselves. So all the factors at the moment out there are deeply challenging. I'd note finally the latest government affordable housing statistics are out. There were more than 15,000 affordable homes completed in London last year.
Just quickly to talk about contractors going bust, have you had any go bust on schemes that you are financing?
Quite a few.
Do you have
I don't think we've got sort of comprehensive data to hand, although I'm quite keen that we sort of get hold of that. But quite a number of our delivery partners have been affected by some quite key contractors going bust recently. And we know that I think it was in last year more than 400 contractors went bust across the country, compared with 290 in the year preceding the pandemic. I also know from talking to the big developers there are particular issues with London, because in London, because of our built environment, they have to contract with RC contractors, some of whom have gone bust, and some of whom have been, are working overseas. So there are very, very big challenges out there for our delivery partners in terms of their supply chain.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Deputy Mayor. Robert, maybe I could come to you. Do you think that there's anything the Mayor could have done to deliver more homes from his original affordable housing programme? Because 62,000 of 151,000, some would argue is quite slow.
Yeah. So I think there's two aspects of that. One is the thing Tom said about, the Deputy Mayor said about, they said it was impossible to increase overall supply and affordable supply. Like that's nonsense. The way that you increase affordable supply in most of the country is that you approve market housing and you say you need, as part of this, you need to build a certain proportion of affordable houses. So you grow the affordable supply, you grow the overall supply as well. That's just how it works. In London, as the Deputy Mayor said, it's mostly estate regeneration, but that doesn't take account of the fact that most of these estate regenerations are knocking houses down as well in order to build the new ones. So the Ledbury estate in Southwark, in the Mayor's statistics, that is 260 affordable housing starts, but that's really 340 new homes, 244 demolitions, and a net gain of just 21 affordable units. So do you count that as 260 affordable homes, or do you count that as 21 affordable homes? I would say, if you're talking to Londoners about how you're solving the housing crisis, that should be 21 affordable homes. So, I mean, I can get into it. I don't want to. I know there's time pressure. There's all sorts of issues around this. But I think, in terms of the simplest way to build more affordable housing is just to approve more housing, and indeed possibly to lower the quotas on the percentage of affordable housing that each development needs. Because if you speak to developers, they do say that the fact that the Mayor has instituted a much higher threshold has meant that the affordability calculations on projects have come down. And in fact, despite he's often castigated by the Mayor, I noticed that if you look at the GLA's own figures, Boris Johnson built 11,750 affordable homes every year, and the Mayor has built 8,419 affordable homes every year. Now, that may not include the latest splurge of affordable starts, but it's certainly on the in terms of total affordable completions. The Johnson regime did a lot better, even though, as I will accept, they did have a slightly different definition of what an affordable house was.
Deputy Mayor, I know there's a question you'd like to answer, but I'd really appreciate if you answer the question I want you to answer. So, look, with the new Affordable Homes programme, you're 2.5 years in and you haven't built a single home. When could we expect some of those homes to even be started? And I know you're going to want to address some of that, but please address that whilst addressing what I've just asked you, because I am on the clock.
I will, Chair. I mean, I do feel that I have addressed this several times with the Assembly, your question, but I have to just come back on some of that. First of all, Mr. Colvile said we have to, focus on increasing overall housing. Well, we've done that. In fact, in 2022, 66,000 homes were granted planning permission in London. That's the highest level ever. It actually exceeds the housing need figure in the SHMA, as well, of course, as the housing target in the London Plan. At the same time, on schemes that are referable to the Mayor, so 150 units or more, or buildings over 30 metres, we've gone from 22% affordable under Boris Johnson to 45% by habitable room last year.
I'm just going to hold on. I'm just going to call you on the time because I want my question answered. I understand you have things you want to say.
I absolutely will.
Thank you.
I absolutely will.
Please come to my question.
So we've seen both under Sadiq, we have seen the number of market sale homes go up, as well as a number of affordable homes. And just to say on the estate regeneration, if you look on the London planning data hub, last year which looks at net affordable housing completions rather than gross. Last year, more than 9,000 affordable homes were completed in London. That's the highest in 10 years since 2011-12. And in 2011-12, there were only 19 above that. And in fact, before that, you have to go back to 2008 and 9.
Okay, Deputy Mayor,
to address your question.
Thank you very much. Come to my question,
just because I feel I have addressed this many times before. We were only allowed to get underway with the 21 to 26 programme once we had final sign-off from the Secretary of State on the reprofiled programme, which only came in July this year. With the best will in the world, it's very difficult to get homes certainly completed in that time. We've only had 6 months where our partners have actually been able to deliver under the programme, because it's all very well saying the government announced the funding. It's quite difficult for me to go, for example, to Fiona and say, well, you can go to your board, Fiona, and say, don't worry, Tom says he thinks it's going to be all right. We haven't got sign-off from the Secretary of State, but Tom thinks it's going to be okay. They can't get underway on that basis.
Deputy Mayor, do you think maybe your team could have got to their their endpoint more quickly, because we had your original affordable homes programme. It took so long to complete. Members of your team said that they couldn't concentrate on anything else because they were trying to complete that. Do you think that had some kind of effect on your ability to deliver and enter in that conversation with the government?
So the delay in this programme all came essentially from the government. So we were ready to get into contract with our partners in October 2021. We were told we weren't allowed because there was a dispute between the Treasury and DLUC. So we were only then permitted to get into contract in autumn 2022, by which time, as we know, the world had changed. The Liz Truss mini-budget, or fiscal event, as it was called, had unleashed chaos, and we had to undertake this reprofiling exercise. I would add as well that it's not ideal having to run two programmes concurrently, but that was a decision that the government took. Usually, programmes are rolled into each other, rather than having a hard deadline. This, I think, was the first time that hadn't taken place. It wasn't our decision. It was the government's decision.
Okay. With your current programme, do you think you should have a target, a delivery target, rather than a starts target? Because there is a cynic could argue that the other figures are not entirely trustworthy because they only talk about starts. I know you'll say that the government asked you for starts, but couldn't you give yourself a delivery target? Why haven't you got one?
Well, the delivery target is the target range that we've put out there.
Sorry,
our full intention is to ensure that that delivery, whatever we come to in terms of that delivery range, those homes will be completed, because our partners want to be completing homes once they've started them.
Of course, everybody wants to complete them, and I'm not trying to catch you out. What I'm asking you is, do you believe that you as a team, the Mayor, should set a delivery target for your next affordable homes programme?
I mean, I view that target range as our delivery
Sorry,
target.
Let me use the word for completions.
We're working against it.
Should you set yourself a completions rate, date, target?
Well, we have a completions date. So there is a hard deadline for completions, which is 2029. However, we think it would be probably preferable if that target was moved to allow more long-term certainty for partners. Tim, do you want to come in?
Well, it's Kate. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I'd love to, but I just want to go to Robert to maybe get some balance here. Robert, do you believe that the Mayor should set himself a target?
Yes, I do. I mean, I've had various discussions with City Hall on this, challenging the lovely posters we've all seen saying, City Khan is delivering more homes. And I asked what your definition of is delivering is, and I was told this is housing starts. And I was also told that this was standard and this is what Homes England does. It's not what Homes England do. Homes England, in their annual reports, say very clearly starts and completions. Likewise, the main housing statistics that we all regard as the most acceptable, the net additional supply, are based on homes that have actually been built. So I think a completions target would be a very good idea.
Thank you.
We do report our completions in the same way that Homes England do.
But we're arguing how you set yourself is the question here, Deputy Mayor. Do you set yourself that target? Because I'll commend your team to get to the 151. That was work, hard work. We commend you. We wish you all the success in the world. But it's taken quite a while. Some of those homes, by your own admission, won't be delivered till after 2030. Londoners would like to know when the next set are going to be delivered and not starts, because many of these homes, let me ask a question, how many of these homes are beyond just a shovel in the ground? We've got your 62, fine. How many of the remaining are beyond just a shovel in the ground?
So to answer your question, Assembly Member Bailey, as I've mentioned, we have a completions deadline for the programme, which is that homes should be, for the 21 to 26 programme, which is the homes need to be completed by 2029. So I don't know where the confusion is here.
The confusion for me is how quickly. If you do, what's the rate? When are we going to get these homes? Because we constantly hear about, for instance, 151,000 homes being delivered. If you're a Londoner, you think those homes are ready to move into. That is clearly not the case.
But the completions deadline is 2029. That's where they will be completed by, because that's the deadline.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop now because I'm getting glares for the rest of my team. But I think we need to be a bit clearer about when these homes can do. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you, Chair. And
Deputy Mayor Tom, I'm really pleased that you've managed to rearrange your timings to allow this to happen, because as you can see, the questions that we're asking and your introduction does highlight the importance of this area, and I'm really pleased that we can cover this. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the experiences of those living in social housing in London, and it's pretty bleak at the moment. For example, a Lambeth Council tenant, a man with complex physical and mental health issues, has suffered 15 years of ongoing issues in his council flat. For the past 2 years, he's been without heating or hot water. There's been water bursting through pipes and pouring through the upstairs balcony. He's not had a working shower for 7 years. Now, Southwark Council has also been forced to apologise unreservedly for a council housing project which overran by 2 years and overspent by £4 million. So there's definitely a crisis in social housing, and action needs to be taken on multiple levels to address it. Now, in March this year, the Assembly passed a motion on damp and mould in social housing, and I welcome the Mayor's response in June. He said that tenant satisfaction measures would be taking place, which will require landlords to collect information from and also face scrutiny by their tenants, and that was launched in April. So can you provide any information as to what the response rate has been and whether the measures have been successful?
Sorry, could you repeat that the last bit? Sorry.
So his response to after the motion was successfully passed was that he was going to have a tenant satisfaction measures which were going to require landlords to collect information.
These are the government's tenancy satisfaction measures which have been brought in as part of the social housing.
And that they were going to face scrutiny.
So yes, that's not so. The GLA doesn't have a role in terms of being a regulator of social housing. Obviously, we work with the regulator, and we, as you know, have set out some requirements around action we will take where there are regulatory notices and judgments issued against our delivery partners, the steps we will take, the investigations we will make, and in some cases the fact that we will withhold funding for new build where there are particularly egregious cases, and we're very supportive of the government introducing these tenancy satisfaction measures.
I also understand from the Mayor's response that access to capital grant funding has been restricted to some social landlords, which have been found to have breached standards set by the regulator of social housing. Why not go further and finally commit to implementation of a mayoral gold standard, which we were calling for in our original motion?
I now can't recall the exact wording in your original motion. I think what's important is what I think the thing that we desperately need is a new round of decent homes funding. The government has been consulting on decent homes too, and we have fed in to what we think should be included in that new standard. But crucially, if there is a new standard that's going to be introduced, there has to be funding available for delivery partners and for housing associations, for councils, to be able to implement it. There are enormous pressures, as you know, on budgets at the moment. There's a lot being spent in terms of tackling the building crisis. There's a lot being spent now on retrofit, and a lot needs to go into repairs and maintenance, and that's before you even get to new build. So we really need additional funding available in order to bring these properties up to standard.
I'd appreciate if we could get a response on the mayoral gold standard, because what the motion was based on the fact that the regulator of social housing and housing ombudsman said that we needed to develop a gold standard on damp and mould for London social housing, it was based on recommendations from the government. So I think it's something that we should definitely look into, particularly from the Mayor's perspective, because it will make a big difference. I'd like to also ask about the timing that he responded in June. He said there were 3 social landlords that had their access restricted. Is this still accurate, and what is the current number?
I need to double check with my colleagues if they're still restricted.
Yeah, so it's now 6 partners who are restricted. It's obviously a fluid situation, because the hope is that if a partner is restricted, they'll be able to work with us and work with the regulator to get out of that and be able to receive funding again. Because I think what's important to remember is that often it is new social housing supply which is the root solution to all of this. So it's always a delicate balance we need to strike between creating the right incentives and carrots and sticks for partners to be clear that this is something we take seriously, while still enabling them to grow and develop new stock. So it is always a fluid balance to be struck, but at the moment it's a total of 6 providers have had their capital restricted.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just remind guests to try and speak closer to the microphone if possible? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move to Fiona and Alistair next. Now, you'll struggle to find anyone who's living in social housing who says that they haven't experienced issues to do with damp and mould. So can you tell us a little bit more of the challenges that housing associations are facing when it comes to combating this particular issue in their housing supply? Do you want to go first, Alistair?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So all of our housing association members take reports of damp and mould incredibly seriously, and particularly, well, before, but particularly after the case of the coroner's report into the tragic death of a barber shack, put comprehensive programmes in place to go out to their tenants and assess the extent of damp and mould, and to encourage as much reporting as possible from tenants across their stock. And the programme of remediation and work has been going on among our members ever since then, to try and remediate and to resolve those issues. Of course, there are wider funding pressures on housing associations, which have been alluded to here, and I know you're time-bound, so I won't go into them at this point, but they do have an impact on access to labour, cost of materials, etc. Alongside that, I just wanted to highlight the work that the NHF has done with the Chartered Institute of Housing on the Better Social Housing Review, which was commissioned and published in 2022. We published a joint action plan in 2023, setting out 7 points of actions that the sector is taking to improve the quality of its homes and to improve the quality of its services and to improve the way that we're responding to and working with tenants to get issues like this resolved and addressed.
Fiona, I mean, do you think that any incentives and deterrents can actually encourage housing associations to combat this issue? And do you think that the work that we've just seen with the Mayor's Better Renting programme has made a different and a desired impact that we want to see with social landlords?
I think it's actually simpler than that. What you're seeing, particularly from the larger housing associations in London, the G15, is a refocus. Now, unfortunately, that refocus is away from building new stock. And as Kate has said, that's part of the problem that we're going to have in the long term. And that refocus is on existing homes, our existing residents, and investing in their homes. The G15 will spend £1.5 billion per year over the next 10 years on existing homes and getting them up to a decent standard. But there are 2 things I'd throw in addition to the problem of the supply chain and the labour shortages we have. Just to give you an L&Q example on supply chain problems, up until 6 months ago, we had one roofing company covering 80,000 homes. Now, I was delighted to see that the Home Office added roofers onto the list of occupations allowed into the country, because we frankly couldn't find them for love nor money. I would dread every morning opening my inbox if it had been raining the previous night, because there were serious problems. So the other issue I would say on damp and mould that we need to be very, very clear about is poverty is an issue here. I went out with our damp contractor in January, one of the coldest days of the year, and I was in a gentleman's flat in South East London where it's actually colder inside his flat than it was on the street. Now, this man was working, and what he was explaining to me was he could not afford to keep his heating on. And the mere act of breathing was causing condensation on his cold walls. Breathing is not a lifestyle issue, it is just something that is a fact of life that we need to get on with. The other issue in London, and again it goes to both Kate and Tom have mentioned this, is overcrowding is a serious problem when you have mould and damp. And one of the most serious cases from my own organisation that appeared on ITV breakfast programme was a woman who had 4 children and expecting a 5th, living in a 1-bedroom flat. In that particular borough, for her to get the size of home she needed, the average wait time was over a decade. So we need to build more to help with damp and mould, as well as investing in the homes. It is not the simple issue of going in, fixing the damp problem. It is a big and complex problem, and the incentive for all of us is our residents deserve better. And an additional layer of regulation isn't going to do that. It's that reconnection with social partners.
I apologise, you're talking about a very serious issue.
I do have other questions, but I think I'll write to the Deputy Mayor separately.
Unfortunately, the Liberal Democrat group is now out of time.
Thank you.
I didn't want to come in too early, so you've had quite a few seconds over your time. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. If I can start with Robert, please. Is it realistic to expect 50% affordable housing on public sector land, compared, of course, with the 35% for private sector land, especially in the current climate? And to what extent has this put off public landowners from developing their surplus land, especially as they're obliged to achieve best value?
So this isn't something I'm an expert on. I would say there is a prima facie case for a higher threshold. The publicly owned land, the joy of it, especially if it's owned by TfL, is that you don't have to pay the land cost. The main cost of building property and of building anything is land. It's like, it's a huge proportion. And so if you get the land for free, and especially if you have the air rights, for example, above stations, that does allow you to put up the affordable quota. I think there is an issue around being sufficiently ambitious on that. That's not just the Mayor's fault. That's partly about the capital allocations that are made in Whitehall. But I think the publicly owned land in general and TfL land in particular is an enormous resource that we could and should be using to build a lot more things. The new plans for Euston, for example, would be one example of that, and the stuff that's happened in Victoria, actually the Livingston strategy on building around the hubs. I've worked in Victoria for about 20 years. It's been transformed.
Yep. And certainly I know there were great hopes for this. If I can turn to you, Tom, if I start off by saying, at the beginning you said that regarding housing, all the dashboard lights were red. Well, I'd be mortified if I'd been the mayor for 7.5 years and all my dashboard lights were red. Absolutely mortified. But no doubt you'll all continue to blame somebody else because that's what you do.
Just to say, Member Hall, I'd be mortified if I'd crashed the economy by borrowing for unfunded tax cuts.
You can talk about other things. We're talking about housing, and we're talking about your record here. So all the dashboard lights
the cost of
red.
Finance is quite a considerable one for our housing delivery partners.
So can you tell me why so much time has been wasted trying to push through unacceptable schemes on TfL station car parks that's either lost their appeal, which is Cannons Park, which is near where I am, withdrawn the one at Stanmore, which is also near where I am, or been overruled in Cockfosters?
Well, it's an interesting one, Chair, because Mr. Colvile, who is, of course, I believe a Conservative and involved in writing the Conservative Party manifesto in 2019, was saying to us that we need to actually push density and height on TfL sites. But I know there are many Assembly members in this room who seem to think that a tall building is something 5 stories or more. These were very good, very well designed schemes. It's a shame that they didn't get through planning, but I'm very pleased to say to the Assembly member that there are now 4,500 approximately homes either completed or under construction on TfL land. I want to address some of the previous points as well. The 50%, you call it a 50% requirement on public land. It's not actually a requirement, it is a threshold over which you get a fast track through the planning system. If a piece of land, for some reason, cannot support that level of affordable housing, they can go down the viability tested route. Obviously, we want to see as many come forward with 50% or more as possible, and we've seen quite a bit of success. In terms of Mr. Colvile's point about the land being free, a lot of the land that TfL owns, and indeed the land that the GLA owns via GLAP, has quite high remediation costs, and there are operational, for TfL land, there are a lot of operational factors they have to take into as well. So the land is not without cost, is what I would say, in terms of actually making it suitable for housing development.
Right. So what should the Mayor be doing, or you, Tom, to identify surplus public sector land for house building in London? What more land?
Well, we're doing whatever we can through our using our own land, but we're also looking quite carefully through the work of the the Homes for Londoners subcommittee, which was set up following the Kerslake review. We're working with partners, including on this panel, to look at how we can make best use of public land, how we can find adjacencies and undertake land assembly. And there's some quite exciting work being undertaken at the moment by TfL, although I don't think it's in the public domain yet. So I'm not going to sort of quite put it out on this panel, but working with public sector partners in order to assemble sites to deliver more housing.
Okay, you mentioned the Kerslake review, and so I think that addressed failings on asset management plans being out of date and fragmented approach to housing delivery. What's been done about that? Can
you repeat the particular line from the Kerslake review that you just quoted, please, Assembly Member Hall?
Oh, I haven't got that. I've just got well, shall we get back to you and you can give us a written answer?
Perhaps, because I want to make sure I'm answering the right point.
It said that failings highlighted in the review included asset management plans being out of date and a fragmented approach to housing delivery.
Well, the whole point of the review in terms of housing delivery was that we work much more closely together as a group, and we've seen quite a bit of success on that. Lynn Gardner, as you know, the Chief Exec of LLDC,
asset management
was
plans
appointed,
being out of date.
Well, I was addressing the point about fragmented. I think you said fragmented.
Asset management plans being out of date.
I'd have to write to you specifically on that point.
Okay, if you would. I don't have much more time, but before I finish, would you like to go through the rest of the guests and tell me what their political persuasion is?
Well, I wouldn't dare. I mean, some of the guests are GLA officers.
Actually, that's quite right. I think it's absolutely appalling that you sit there and do that because it's inappropriate. But then you know all about inappropriate. I'll finish there because of my time. Thank you.
Assembly Member, you've...
It is balanced.
Assembly Member, can we stop the shouting?
I'm saying it is balanced. What party is
Look, if members want to absent themselves and have a fight behind the bike shed, you're welcome to do that, but please don't do it in here. Actually, I was going to say, Assembly Member, I do not believe it's appropriate to attack the affiliations of other guests. They bring what they bring out of their own expertise, so I would ask you to refrain from that.
My point was in relation to Conservative members opposing high-density schemes on TfL sites. That was the point I was making.
Which I don't think you were asked your opinion on that. So can we stick to the questions that were asked and not descend to a fight about political affiliations? It doesn't make us look good as an assembly. Can we move on next to Assembly Member Cooper, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the Deputy Mayor for Housing a question about preparedness for winter. We've already had a couple of cold snaps. Given the massive pressures on public services, particularly local authorities, as a result of the acute housing crisis that we've been describing, do you feel that rough sleeping services will be able to cope with increased demand this winter? And it's good to hear about the new charter that's just been launched.
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member Cooper. I mean, this really is the top of all our minds at the moment because of the acute pressures, as you say. We've been standing up, as we always do, what we call SWEP accommodation, so severe weather emergency protocol accommodation, which is stood up by the boroughs and our charity partners but also SWEP overflow accommodation being stood up by the GLA as well, unless so we can take people if the borough accommodation gets full up. We've got about 890 spaces, but it's still going to be an extremely challenging winter if temperatures drop. We had, I think I'm right in saying, more people come into SWEP last winter than we've ever had before. Under the Mayor's In for Good principle, we don't ask anybody to leave without a offer of further support. So, it's not that people are kicked out the moment the temperature goes back above zero.
I mean, it's quite obvious that the people that I'm seeing under railway bridges and such like at the moment have increased in number, but I think I can safely say it's not a lifestyle choice, because none of them are using tents. They're using just bits of cardboard and things like that. One of the areas that is of particular concern to me, and I know to many of us, are the services for women who are sleeping rough. We know that they are more subject to abuse on the streets and difficulties in that area, but only 12 London boroughs have specific services tailored to women. What measures do you think can be put in place to support women who find themselves in this appalling predicament this winter? Is there anything more that we could do to help?
Yes, so the Mayor and the GLA have recently supported for the second year the Pan-London Women's Rough Sleeping Census, and this is an exercise which has been developed by specialist women's services to show the true extent of women's rough sleeping in the capital, and to make recommendations as to how services can better meet women's needs. And that data piece is really, really important across the board within homelessness. We have also provided capital and revenue funding for a new specialist service serving women sleeping rough in South London, and this provides both stable accommodation and expert tailored support, and I think that's going to make a real and immediate impact.
Well, I hope so, but I mean, we've just been discussing the problem with supply of family accommodation. It's true across the board, of course, and that even single people who are sleeping rough will find it difficult to make their way into socially rented housing, and particularly if they also need ongoing support for a period when they arrive there. But I actually want to turn my attention now, if I may, to something that we've touched on a bit, which is the situation with cold, damp and mouldy homes. And one of the announcements that was made was about pushing back the date by which private sector landlords needed to bring their properties up to a decent standard. And I might start with you, actually, Conor, if you don't mind. Would you agree that bringing properties up to a minimum level of energy efficiency is the best way to tackle cold, damp and mouldy homes? And I am thinking very specifically of the private sector. I understand that the NHF and its members are really doing a lot, even though Fiona's set out a timetable that goes over a number of years and a lot of expense. But I'm really worried about the private rented sector, where we know conditions can be very poor.
Thank you, Assembly Member Cooper, for raising that. It's a really, really important point, because actually conditions in the private rented sector are worse by pretty much any metric in this field than they are in social homes, which is not at all to diminish concerns about social homes. But Generation Rent operates in the private rented sector, and that's where the worst conditions are by any metric. The decision to shelve, it's not a delay, it's actually a cancellation of the uplift of the minimum energy efficiency standards. It is appalling. It's a terrible, terrible move from the central government. We really would like to see that reversed as soon as possible. Frankly, one of the key reasons for the terrible state of the private rented sector when it comes to energy efficiency, damp and mould, is that there's no incentive for landlords to bring up the level of energy efficiency in the homes. So firstly, there's the obvious point that landlords don't live in these homes and they don't pay the bills broadly. So that's a sort of natural reason why they may not want to do so. But actually, without this regulation, there's no reason, there's no stick for them to bring it up. What I would like to address, though, is the fact that there are plenty of government-funded grants that are available for tenants and landlords to help bring the position of the private rented property up to a decent energy efficiency standard, and they're not being used. And the key reason why they're not being used is that tenants know that they're particularly vulnerable to eviction or a rent increase after that happens. So there's no protection for a tenant if a property is improved under government money for a landlord who then goes, this property is now of a higher standard than it was before, therefore I'm going to increase your rent, or therefore I'm going to evict you and put somebody else in. That's something that absolutely has to be addressed as soon as possible. Protections for tenants who can then take up these eco grants and use their own sort of status to improve the quality of their home and ultimately reduce damp and mould.
Yeah, so then it comes back to the whole point that we were making earlier about the lack of security of tenure, and people also feeling afraid to raise problems and issues in their property because they might be served with a Section 21 at that point, rather than, or if the works are done, then being served afterwards because the or suffering a massive rent increase. So it's a very poor situation. Fiona, you did touch on the need for this expenditure, and I wondered if you could say a little bit more about that, because it is quite a situation that we find ourselves in.
Absolutely, and I would reinforce what Thomas said about the need for grant income to help on this. It is 1.5 billion. It isn't just about damp and mould. It will be taking a fabric-first approach to all of the G15 stock. That will take us all, more or less, to EPC level C, and that really isn't sufficient. We need to go further than that, but that's all the money will allow at the moment.
I mean, we are in a very poor position here for everybody talking about moving to meeting net zero and fitting heat pumps if we don't use the fabric first approach, because heat pumps don't work terribly well if you've got a very leaky home. So clearly we need to be doing both, don't we?
We do. We also need to look at this through the lens of residents as well. We need to make sure that the solutions that we come up with aren't actually adding to the cost for residents. So, for example, the move to electric pumps at the moment is far more expensive than gas, but we do need a solution to move away from gas. So, again, we would urge for some long-term thinking on this so that we can all make that shift and make that secure investment that we know is going to be supported by long-term policy.
So on that point, much I'd like to come to you, Deputy Mayor, if I may. Do you think that the autumn statement went far enough in supporting the kind of areas here at all? Was there any support given that would help us?
Mike?
It was extremely disappointing, and seeing the sort of rowing back on these requirements is going to have real costs, both in terms of the environment, in terms of tenants themselves. So we estimate that homes rated below EPCC cost more than £300 a year more to heat the more energy efficient homes. So that's big cost to the tenants, never mind, of course, the health costs that they may experience as a result of that, and the cost of the NHS. So we released a research note last week which has found that if you addressed all of the category one hazards and damp and mould and things like that in people's homes, it would cost £1.2 billion to do that, but it would save the NHS £100 million a year. So you would recoup that saving in 12 years. And if that's not invest to save, I don't know what is.
And of course it also means that people's lives will be improved. Children will probably be doing better at school because they won't be trying to study in a cold home. In light of the death of Awab Ishaq, do you agree that pushing back the deadline for private rented sector as to come up to the EPCC is just completely irresponsible? Actually, I can't think of another word.
Absolutely. I mean, might is a stronger word than irresponsible. But this is something that can literally cause death, and it's something that has caused death. Yeah. So yes, I would say it is incredibly irresponsible.
Just irresponsible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who did I have next?
It is Chair.
Sorry about this. I think it's Assembly Member Fortune. Yes, please.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Chair. If I can slightly pun off Ben Disraeli, there are lies, there are damn lies, and there are Sadiq sticks. I know, thank you very much. So people get confused with these numbers and these different kinds of measurements, right? There's a certificate available if you can beat it. So let's look at raw numbers. So if you build 100 houses over 10 years, and you knock down 90 houses over 10 years, how many new houses should that count as?
How many additional market sale homes were built as a result of densifying that particular area, which is something that hasn't been addressed in what other panellists have said. How much additional floor space is being provided in terms of the new social rented homes that are being built, because it's important that we don't look just in terms of units. We look at the overall size of homes as well. And I know that family-sized housing is a key issue for people on the Assembly. And just to repeat the number I gave earlier, because I know this is about net and gross affordable homes. Yeah. Last year we had the highest net affordable homes completed in London since 2011-12.
So what I'm really looking forward to is years from now when they look up Sadiq sticks in the dictionary, that's going to be an example of what it is. Because we go back to what Rob Colvile was talking about with the Ledbury estate, which is despite 260 units being described as new, actually net there's only 21.
There'll be additional.
And we're going to see this again with the CHAPS programme, where there's money been made available to buy housing and then be counted as new housing and completed housing.
Can I just add that on the Ledbury?
Just one second. Let me finish,
okay,
and you can come back. Okay. So is it right that the Mayor presents replacement housing as new housing?
Firstly, this is exactly the way that the statistics are presented by Homes England. This is the generally accepted way of presenting these statistics. And as I said, just to repeat, estates like the Ledbury, and I don't have that particular scheme in front of me, but I am pretty certain that there is market sale homes being delivered on that estate, and possibly other forms of affordable housing that did not exist before. So you are seeing an uplift. We won't count those units though, because they are not affordable statistics for affordable homes. Well, the market sale homes. However, they're only being delivered because we were able to support the regeneration of that estate.
Okay, so Robert, I'd be interested in your view on this, and not just that, in the way that the statistics are being used for housing, especially over this last year as well, where I think the numbers are quite poor. But I mean, a more general point about, is London building enough, and what can be done to improve it?
Yeah, so I mean, to start with, estate regeneration is a brilliant thing. It's great. We knock down old crumbling, mould-filled properties which people don't like, and we build them new ones. And that's why these estate regenerations tend to get massive endorsement from the people whose homes are being replaced. And they build additional housing as well, and that's really good. I think on the two points quickly on the statistics point. This isn't a dig at the Deputy Mayor. I think there is the statistics on London housing in general are woeful, and there are multiple clashing versions of the statistics. For example, if you look at the bedroom breakdown on the GLA website, it will tell you that in the first half of the year 2023 to 2024, Tom and his team managed to deliver 3 affordable houses. Now, even I would not say that Tom had only delivered 3 affordable houses, but that is what the statistic says. And then Tom's just said that they've actually delivered 15,000 so far this year. But again, on the on the other statistics,
last year.
Between other statistics say between April and September 2023, there were 142 affordable starts compared with 21,000 last year. If that's true, that's appalling, but I don't know how true it is. And I think there just seems to the net additional dwellings data is completely different from the stuff on the London Planning data store. It's the net completions are significant. On one, Sadiq Khan has built less than Boris Johnson on every metric. On another, he's actually improved housing. So I think we need to really clarify those things. But in general, in terms of London's housing, what we've heard consistently today is that actually fundamentally this is about supply. And I don't doubt that everything else is a huge problem as well. But we only solve all of these sub-issues if we increase the overall supply of housing. So demand for social housing actually historically tracks the market price of housing. It tracks affordability, because people ideally want to live in a home of their own and then kind of fall back on the state if they can. The temporary accommodation statistics, it's utterly awful. And the things like the CHAPS programme, they're basically robbing Peter to pay Paul. They are taking from one part of the housing market and giving to another. Now, that may be urgent and necessary, but it still means that, by definition, you're buying homes from landlords, or you're buying homes from owner-occupiers in order to house people, and you're probably housing slightly more people because of how social housing works. But it's not a long-term solution. It's a plaster on the wound. Tom and his team have said that London has outbuilt the rest of the country under Sadiq. I think they've increased housing stock by 8% versus 6%. But I mean, that's less true than it was. In the last year, London built 10%, housing and completions, housing in London, according to that data, fell 10%, whereas broadly flat in the rest of the country. London's share of national house building is now, it's always been lower than it was under Boris Johnson. It's now the lowest it's been since the financial crisis. But the point is, London should be building far, far, far more than the rest of the country. London is the place where the housing pressures are greatest. Affordability in London is 12.5%. That's the worst it's been ever in this country in anywhere. Like, this is an absolutely massive crisis. I'm going on a bit, sorry, but the net migration, there were 600,000 jobs created. I've got the figures somewhere, but basically there were 680,000 new payrolled employees in 2022, of whom roughly 420,000 were non-EU citizens. Of those 420,000, 100,000 of them ended up in London, because London is where people want to be. So once you factor in population growth, London has built the fewest homes of any part of the UK since 2001. This isn't just on Sadiq, this is a general thing. London is the fastest growing area of the country, and it is where the pressures are greatest, and we should be absolutely we should be treating this as a national emergency and a national crisis, because it is.
Thank you very much. That's my time. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, panel. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Tom, proposals made earlier this year to expand TfL public transport connections have the potential to unlock 30,000 new homes. How important is investing in transport infrastructure to tackle London's housing crisis, and what is needed?
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Desai. I mean, transport infrastructure and housing are completely interlinked. We can't deliver housing at the scale that we need if we don't have the public transport connections. And obviously, we don't want we don't want to be building car-dependent development and sticking more cars on the road. So this is going to be absolutely vital. The London Housing Delivery Task Force identified that a lack of investment in transport infrastructure is holding back opportunities to unlock homes in London. So there are some particular key sites, some of which I think will be quite relevant to you in terms of your constituency, Assembly Member. The most crucial thing that we need, and this has been called for by public and private house builders, is for a long-term funding settlement for TfL.
So, talking about my constituency, also known as City and East London, London moving east, I'm pleased that progress is being made in the TfL Beckton to Thamesmead connection. Many years ago, the first Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, backed plans for a bridge crossing at Beckton, and given the many housing developments in Barking Riverside and Beckton, many of us in East London would argue that there's a case for looking at a DLR extension along the river, connecting the two areas, Beckton to Barking Riverside. We have 34 bridge crossings west of Tower Bridge. The other side, east of Tower Bridge, you don't have any until you get to Dartford. This is both a comment and a question. So can you comment on my comment?
Well, I think it shows an inequality in terms of where transport infrastructure historically has been delivered in London. And what it says to me is that we need that DLR extension down from Beckton Riverside down to Thamesmead. And what that will do is unlock the delivery of 30,000 new homes.
Yeah. I'm pleased with the progress, but I just got to keep on plugging the case.
No,
bridge crossing.
Please do it. And I think it's less than £1 billion. Yeah. It's a bargain for what it will deliver. I don't like to use this term because it's a Borisism, but in terms of bang for buck, you're going to get a lot for that.
And the DLR extension, I'll keep on plugging away for that along the river. But last question, Tom, hope I have time. The National Infrastructure Commission has recommended that a new longer-term model for capital investment for TfL should be agreed, as is the case for other major cities, to enable the continued enhancement and expansion of London's public transport network, which will unlock growth opportunities and additional housing. Have the constant short-term deals with TfL impacted what additional housing could be delivered in the capital?
Yes, massively. To give one particular example, we have been pushing very strongly for the Bakerloo line extension. And in expectation of the Bakerloo line extension, an awful lot of development and planning applications were going in along the Old Kent Road. I'm very sorry to say that there are more and more sites around there that are stalling now because we haven't got the Bakerloo line extension, and we desperately need that. And I don't just say that as a Lewisham resident, because ultimately it will come down to Lewisham, and we hope one day, maybe through Catford, down to Hayes. But this is essential. So TfL is now only able to fund about 3/4 of its capital investment programme for this year. And so we absolutely desperately need governments for support for these critical projects.
Not my constituency, but the good people of South East London would certainly benefit from the Bakerloo line extension. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, panel. My question is for Robert. Robert, last month there was a Telegraph article looking at how the Mayor's policies hold back delivery of housing, in which you were quoted. And I wonder if you might be able to give us your views on how you think mayoral policies around things such as strategic industrial land is actually holding back the supply of new housing.
Yeah, I mean it is the mayor's policies on strategic industrial land are holding back the supply of new housing. That's pretty obvious. The example given in that report was of the McVitie's factory up near Wormwood Scrubs. I mean, I love McVitie's. I love all of their products, as you can see. I consume probably rather too many of them, but it strikes me as deranged that in an area which is soon going to be within walking distance of, I think, 6 major stations. It's going to be near on Crossrail, on HS2, on the existing lines as well. That whole area, it seems deranged to keep it as single-storey industrial space when the value you can unlock by turning into housing and the homes you can create is immense, and it's more than enough to pay to relocate the factory to somewhere, to pretty much anywhere else in the country. I mean, we had exactly this with the Olympic Park and the Foreman salmon factory. It's just, I mean, I do appreciate that you don't want to turn London into a kind of, you want to keep working people in London, you don't want to turn it into a middle-class enclave. But many of these sites are absolutely the places you could be building at significant scale, and you can do it without annoying people because they're industrial sites. They don't have neighbours to complain about the noise and disturbance.
Thank you. The same article goes on to quote a house builder who said that the cumulative effect of the Mayor's policies had reduced the number of homes in one individual project by up to 30%. Aside from strategic industrial land, what other mayoral policies do you think are holding back housing delivery?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of sympathy with Tom actually on the point he made about second staircases. I do think that's a central government issue. The Grenfell report did not call for this, and in fact, the Grenfell report specifically said the evidence for limiting the moving from 30 metres to 18 metres was pretty limited. I mean, I think I think my sort of overall thing would be just the view that housing can only be built if we get money from central government to do it. Like the justification for the fall off in housing between 22-23 and 23-24 has been, well, the government stopped giving us money, which is also but it's also partly because they crowbarred as many projects as they could in to meet the deadline. But you can have just approved stuff and get affordable housing and social housing even as part of the deal. And I don't think this is just on the mayor. I think this is on everyone in the country. Like my position is that the housing crisis is the single biggest public policy problem in this country, and anything we can do to build any kind of housing, retirement housing, social housing, council housing, we just need to do it, whatever we can.
So, broad open question. I only have a couple of minutes left, but what would you like to see different from the next mayor?
I think a more permissive approach to housing. I think generally the structure is it's again, this isn't the mayor's fault. The structure is kind of broken. You have councils, you have the mayor, you have national government. So there's even in London, even more than anywhere else, there are just multiple layers of veto, multiple points where things can be objected to. I'd also just like a lot more transparency about exactly how much housing is being built, where it's being built, when it's going to be built by, and how much demolition is going on alongside it. Because I think if you're a Londoner reading all these, looking at these adverts on the tube, you get the impression that the housing crisis in London is being solved, and it's absolutely not.
Thank you. Sorry, just I'm out of time.
I need to be able to rebut some of that, particularly in relation to the industrial land.
I'm sorry, you don't. The question
I don't know
was
what
not
Mr.
asked
Colvile's
of
got
you.
against Jaffa Cakes, but anyway.
The question was not asked of you, it was asked specifically of Mr. Colvile. Let's move on to the next Assembly Member. Assembly Member Harani, please.
Thank you. Feel free to come back on the issue on strategic industrial land, Tom Copley, because McVitie is a major employer in Brent, and the Park Royal and the industrial area around the area employs over 30,000 people in the area, so it's a major site in terms of employment. So do feel free to come back.
Thank you. I mean, whatever London's housing need, it also needs employment sites and industrial land in the right locations. Park Royal is an absolutely unique economic cluster. It supplies over 1/3 of the food consumed in London. It's an established and a strategically important industrial location, 2,000 businesses, as you say, employing thousands and thousands of people. And just to say on this, London has lost 18% of its industrial land between 2001 and 2020. And the OPDC, which includes Park Royal, has already allowed the release of 100 hectares of industrial land, which will accommodate nearly 15,000 homes just in the OPDC area. So it is simply not true to say that we're not looking sort of strategically at this. And we're also supporting as well through the GLA projects like Industria, Stacked Industrial, which help us to intensify industrial land and free up land for housing development.
Thank you. And thank you for highlighting the importance of using land in different ways to mix what happens actually on there, because we want communities to thrive, be employed, but also have things for people to do as well in the culture and leisure space. Following representations from the Mayor on the value of estate regeneration and providing good quality homes that Londoners need, the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities confirmed that City Hall can provide grant funding to replace homes demolished through estate regeneration, which is something that has been recurring as a theme in some of the previous answers. But before we reach that point, I can think of at least one major estate regeneration which didn't go ahead because this rule was not in place. What has the impact or the opportunity cost to Londoners been as a result of this coming far too late?
I think it's caused great difficulties for delivery partners in terms of being able to plan for the long term, and this is a recurring theme. It's also very difficult for partners to plan for long term, and we have to bear in mind that estate regeneration schemes by their very nature are long term over many years, in the fact that we don't have funding certainty post 2026, and also the completions deadline of 2029 does make it difficult to achieve what Michael Gove has said he wants to achieve. Because if they have to complete by 2029, it's very difficult, again, to do a long-term estate regeneration scheme. So the way the programme itself has sort of been designed by DLUC pushes against the thing that they're now telling us to do, which is estate regeneration. But we won't just be looking at estate regeneration schemes out of that remainder of the programme that we're now open for continuous market engagement. We'll be looking at schemes that, for example, will provide early delivery, that are a good strategic fit, and things like that.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Alistair, because at the time of the announcement, the NHF said that it was hugely welcome and that for too long housing associations have simply not had access to funding needed to replace social homes that are no longer fit for purpose, which often, I know for elected members who represent areas that have large social housing stock, is always an issue in terms of the quality of them, which has been alluded to also earlier in this session. Do housing associations now have what they need to regenerate their estates, or does more need to be done by the Mayor and the government?
We certainly welcomed it. We've been making the call of government to extend funding for regeneration through the Affordable Homes Programme, or anything else, in fact, for a long time. So the 500 million made available through continuous market engagement was welcome. There are limitations on it, so starts have to be you have to start by March 2025. The sites still have to prove net additionality, so it's not perfect, and it's not exactly as the way we would like it to be designed, but it is a step in the right direction. Does it meet our long-term needs for estate regeneration? Well, the point's already been made. Estate regeneration is long-term. So we haven't cracked that nut yet, and we still need to keep making the case to government that there needs to be larger sums made available over a longer period of time. And indeed, we'd like to see that set out clearly in a long-term plan published by government, talking about how it's going to increase the supply of new homes and estate regen. So it's a good start, but yes, more needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning, afternoon even, everyone. So obviously it's easy work to sit here on a panel and explain what the government should be doing, and very quickly, without really noticing, you can commit billions of pounds of spending or vast sites that we don't own or control. I think you said earlier, Tom, that urgent government action has been required, and I'm quite been keeping track, but it seems to me every time you've spoken, you've explained what the government should be doing differently, or is doing wrongly, or shouldn't be doing at all because it's apparently completely wrong. Obviously, you've been involved as a Labour Assembly member and now a Deputy Mayor in a Labour City Hall administration for many years. You've been involved in housing in the Labour Party. What assurances have you got from Sir Keir Starmer or his team that imagine the scenario, we have a Labour government, were that to happen, what assurances do you have that all of those things that you've been listing at great length today would be tackled?
Well, I took very great heart from the amount of airtime that housing got at Labour Party conference, not just on the fringe, but of course it was front and centre of Keir Starmer's speech as Labour Party leader, and I think that's really important. And I have to say, contrasted with the Conservative Party conference, where I do understand there was quite a bit of housing discussion on the fringe, but it wasn't even mentioned in the Prime Minister's speech, which I think speaks to their priorities. Obviously, you wouldn't expect an opposition to be setting out its sort of spending priorities in detail at this stage. That's not the way things work. But the great thing about devolution and the great thing about mayors, whether it's the London Mayor or the Metro Mayors, is that we are able, or they are able, to make the case for the things they want to be devolved to their areas, not just to the current government, but to their own party as well.
So no assurances from the Labour Party?
I've said I'm extremely assured by the direction of travel, about the direction of travel, by what I've heard.
So it was awful. Now it's maybe less awful. I mean, that's a direction of travel.
Well, I mean, we might. So God forbid, there might be 12 months till the next election. That's a long time for an opposition.
Sure, but you've been sitting in this not in this building, actually. To be fair, notionally in City Hall since 2012 as a Labour Party person who's very interested in housing.
So it's a long time.
Do you not exactly during that time? You've not got a single assurance from your national party about what they would do if they were in government.
I can't sit here and reveal the nature of any private conversations. As much as I may want to you, Assembly Member Garrett. I mean, I must be keeping the powder dry, as it were.
You sort of give the impression that all these things are quite easy, and the government is being very silly or wrong, or whatever, dunderheaded, whatever word you might like. Surely then it would be easy for you to say, well, the Labour Party would not make any of these mistakes that you keep calling out?
I'm not.
You can't give us that assurance?
I'm not saying it's going to be easy to clean up the mess of the last 13 years. I think it's going to be extremely challenging, and Keir Starmer has set that out very, very clearly. But
not clearly enough to assure you on a single one of the points that you've been asking for. So not one of them he's assured you on.
I mean, as I say, I'm not going to sit here and talk about any sort of private discussions or whatever.
Okay, I think
that may have been had. What I will say is that the airtime and the focus that housing is now getting from the opposition.
You've said that. You've been repeating yourself
is
now.
Very, very well.
So including on your populist rent control idea, you've had no assurance that Labour Party will give you the power to do the rent control that you say you want to do.
Our ask on rent control is for devolution. It's not saying, what works in Camden may not work in Carlisle.
Well, isn't your ask on rent control that you would sort of be allowed to set up a commission? But no one's stopping you setting up a commission, are they?
In order to set up that commission, first of all, we would need proper rental data, which we don't have, which we hope we will get through the Renters Reform Bill, if that indeed does make it through Parliament before the government collapses. And I don't see why we would do this before we've had the powers devolved to us. The ask is devolve us the powers. We'll set up the commission.
But you need to say what you would do in order to know what powers you would want devolved.
No, the ask is for devolution of powers to introduce a system of rent control into London.
But there's many systems, so you have to say which system you want in order to be given the powers to do that system.
Yes, and that's why we've said we will set up a commission.
When?
We're not going
when will
to
you set up a commission?
once we have the powers to do this. I don't see why we would do it before we had the powers to do it.
I'm sorry.
We've already, by the way, the Mayor set out quite clearly his blueprint and London model for renting. So there's already quite a bit
but not rent control.
Of work there.
But you see the silly circular argument you're making. You want the powers to do a form of rent control. Which form of rent control? Therefore, which powers? Well, we don't know until we get the powers to do it.
I don't agree with you. It's a silly circular argument. We're not going to just transplant a system from another city or another country. We're going to come up with a system that works for London, and that's the point of this commission.
I mean, one reason to come up with a different version is because no version of rent control has ever worked overall.
Well, go to Vienna. Go to Vienna.
It's completely different.
So just to finish, Tom, so the Vienna, I should go and look at Vienna, and what's happening there is what you would like to do.
I mean, that's not what I've said. What I've said is it works. I've said it works in Vienna. They have their own system of rent control. I'm not saying that the system of rent control that they have in Vienna can just be transplanted onto London, any more than I'm saying the system of rent control they have in New York could be transplanted onto London.
Okay. Robert, just on rent control. So is there a form of rent control that might be worth exploring, do you think, for London?
I mean, well, it's genuinely the single idea that economists to most agree is a bad one. I mean, if you look at what's happening in Edinburgh now, it's just an absolute... It's very, very good for the people whose rent is being controlled. It's very, very bad for people in the wider market who are trying to get houses. It leads to misallocation because people stay in housing longer than they should because they're getting a subsidised price. And also it discourages landlords from keeping up, from repairing the properties because they... I mean, there's just a lot of evidence.
So some people's rent gets pushed down and other people's rent then goes up.
Basically.
Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like an awful idea. I apologise. I am out of time. I can only apologise. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. O'Shea had indicated...
I mean, Mr. O'Shea has indicated, but I'm afraid I really have run out of time,
You have run out
Chair.
of time.
I apologise.
Sorry, sir.
May I intervene?
Assembly member.
I would like to intervene and ask Mr. O'Shea to come in on that.
Well,
for 1 minute.
you can put your name down on the list.
Are we not allowed to do interventions from the floor?
No. You can go on the list.
Okay.
And I can put you on the end. Assembly member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor regarding the rental reform bill that you made reference to just now. It's, as you will know better than me, 4 years delayed. And the area of the rental reform bill that we're particularly interested in is the ban on Section 21, no-fault evictions. Now, this 4-year delay has led to more than 10,000 Londoners being evicted since it was initially promised. So we're pleased to see that it's finally, in Parliament. But obviously there is now potentially further anticipated delays to bringing in the kind of practicalities around the no-fault evictions of Section 21, given that we need to see a court system reformed set up first. There's the noises coming from the government. So I wanted to ask you what impact you think this indefinite delay will have on renters in London in the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member Sheikh. I mean, after 4 years of waiting, to then get a bill which, is not on the face of it in the place that we would quite like it to be, and then to be told that the bit of it that we've really been pushing for, that was a manifesto commitment, which is no-fault eviction, would be further delayed, it's beyond frustrating. And we estimate, based on the issuing of no-fault rate of issuing of no-fault evictions, a 6-month delay would mean almost 15,000 more Londoners facing no-fault evictions. And in the midst of the rest of the housing crisis that we have been discussing, it's never a good time to be evicted, is it? It's an extremely bad time at the moment.
No, I mean, I'm really pleased that you're articulating the concerns that we're feeling here in the Labour group as well. For me, it just sort of speaks to dysfunctional governance. I mean, you set out ambition 4 years ago and you still failed to deliver it, when we actually know that this is at the core of the housing crisis, the kind of like no-fault evictions, escalating homelessness. So I really struggle to understand beyond dysfunctional governance whether it's actually deliberate, because it's beyond me how you can struggle to set an ambition over 4 years ago and still fail to deliver. But one of the aspects of the bill that I wanted to ask you about as well is potentially the effect on domestic violence victims. Now, I think it's probably best I use the words of experts rather than myself on this, but I think the Domestic Violence Housing Alliance stated that the changes that are sort of drawn out in the bill could have dangerous consequences for tenants in need of additional support, including victims, survivors of domestic abuse, who are 4 times more likely to have antisocial behaviour complaints made against them, often due to the misidentification of domestic abuse as antisocial behaviour. So this expansion of, reasons why one might become evicted due to ASB looks like it could have quite a detrimental effect on domestic abuse victims. I wondered if you could speak to that and whether you agreed and whether that analysis was also something you shared.
Yes, we've expressed concerns to the department regarding this as well, based on, of course, the concerns of many charities operating in this space that this could have a negative impact on victims of domestic abuse. We also think there could be broader impacts as well. So changing the language in the discretionary antisocial behaviour ground from likely to capable of causing nuisance. I mean, that's very open to exploitation, because it's pretty ambiguous.
No, again, I agree. I think the language is something that's got alarm bells ringing for us on the Labour group here as well. Conor, I wanted to bring you in case you wanted to add in on this, and I'd sort of combine my last follow-up to both yourself and Tom, which is just, I guess, if there were further amendment we wanted to this bill, obviously it's probably past that point now, but again, we don't actually anticipate delivery of this coming in. What would you add to sort of improve the bill?
Well, thankfully, we're not past that point. So we are at Generation Rent, but there are many stakeholders as well working very hard to get some amendments put into the Renters Reform Bill. The first of those is that Section 21 will be abolished on the day of royal assent. That's something that's absolutely vital. The numbers that have been thrown around are entirely accurate of just how detrimental Section 21 is, and that needs to continue. But the reason why Section 21 is so detrimental is because it gives you 2 months through no fault of your own where you have to leave your home. And actually that will continue under the current proposals of the Renters Reform Bill. So there are new grounds for landlords to regain possession of their home, which we don't fundamentally disagree with. Things like when the landlords wish to sell their property or when they wish to move themselves or family members in. The problem is that if that happens, you still have the same 2 months, no fault of your own, you have to leave your property. So we need that time to be longer. We need a longer notice period of that. We need proper enforcement to know whether landlords are actually doing this or whether they are looking to supplement the system and do Section 21 by the back door. That's an absolute priority for what we're going to do. But the antisocial behaviour ground is something that we're really, really looking at as well. Crucially, for the reasons that you said, it is domestic violence victims, it's people who suffer from mental health, everybody who has miscategorisations of antisocial behaviour. Just one thing to add to your excellent analysis already is that there's a 2-week turnaround. So under the proposals, it means that you can be told and you'll have 2 weeks to leave your home. That's significantly lower than under any other type of eviction. And we know that these people who are vulnerable are just not going to be able to find home in that amount of time.
I appreciate your comments, Conor, and I'm actually out of time, Deputy Mayor, so I won't bring you in on this, but I think Conor has covered it. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, panel. Deputy Mayor, you've talked a lot about today, the failings perhaps you perceive. I wonder, when you look... I said you've talked a lot about today about the failings you perceive perhaps from government. When you look back at your own record and deliveries of the first London Housing Affordable Programme and other schemes, is there anything that you think is a lesson learned or something that you think you could have done better and will do better in future?
So it's a tricky question to answer when you're put on the spot, because I imagine, yes, there are things that we'll learn, and in fact, on that very point, Assembly Member Best, we have produced and have committed to share with the Assembly, if we haven't already, a lessons learned piece from the Affordable Homes Programme 16 to 23. So that will contain reflections on the delivery of that particular programme. Again, it's quite tricky to answer that question on the spot because, you know, I remember starting this job the week we went into lockdown for the first COVID, and, you know, starting this job at any time would have been extremely tricky. But starting it, you know, then was especially difficult. I think I need a little bit more time to reflect on some of my personal lessons learned.
Really, I think sometimes it's quite obvious, but anyway. I wanted to move on and ask you perhaps about the housing move scheme, which has been significantly restricted. Obviously, this is a scheme that under the previous mayor was pretty successful in moving hundreds of people. Why is that scheme so restricted? And have you looked at that and how you can widen that out again to make sure more people are able to use such a scheme?
This was due, I think, to the limited number of homes that were becoming available through it. And so we took the decision to restrict it to two particularly vulnerable groups, rough sleepers and victims of domestic abuse, to ensure that it was being directed at the best, at the neediest sort of client groups.
So just to intervene only because of time, Tom, surely there's a difference between prioritisation, which you could obviously do with those groups, and restrictions.
I might bring Kate in on this one, because did you want to come in on the housing moves?
Yeah, I mean, as Tom says, the issue we were dealing with was the very reduced number of homes actually available, and there comes a point where prioritisation becomes an unrealistic presentation for Londoners, and actually a realistic talk of restriction and accepting that the limited supply does mean that prioritisation effectively is freezing out people who aren't at the very highest sort of top of the iceberg of a sort of prioritisation category, is actually the most realistic way of presenting the programme to Londoners. So I think our assessment is that it was more honest and more transparent to be clear about the very limited number of units we had coming through and what that meant for the number of Londoners we could assist in moving.
We don't want to create false hope, as it were.
But perhaps if putting some work into the scheme, there would be a way to engage more people and create more opportunities.
I think a lot of work has gone into the scheme. It is simply, I think, a product of the housing crisis that we've got at the moment, that supply of properties is very restricted at the moment.
And talking of that supply, obviously, there's been a 54% increase in the number of vacant homes since 2016 under the current mayor, compared with a 31% reduction under the predecessor. And obviously we know there's a nationwide trend around some of that. But the previous mayor did use schemes such as the Affordable Homes Programme in order to address that in part and bring that number of empty dwellings down. I know the current mayor's asked, like he often does, for more powers from government, but perhaps there is some things that you could do. So, for example, using the CHAPS programme of council housing acquisition programmes to specifically target empty homes. That would also address not doing that double counting that I think you and Robert were talking about earlier. Is that something that you're actively looking into with that programme?
So, as you've alluded to, the rate of empty homes has gone up across the country.
I did allude to it so that you didn't have to, so could we answer the question? Thank you.
Also, I would add, I think a large part of this increase has been delays in the court system, which of course has been caused by cuts by the government, which means properties spend much longer in probate, and unfortunately that's not something the mayor can influence. I would can definitely take away and look at whether or not any of our funding could be used in this area. I would note that there are powers for boroughs to take over empty properties, but they're extremely difficult to exercise, in part because the coalition government, when it came in, made it harder to issue empty dwelling management orders by saying that the properties had to be linked to antisocial behaviour. I would also note the previous mayor, when he was mayor, said that council should be able to levy 1,000% council tax on properties. Don't recall him introducing that when he was Prime Minister and actually had the power to do so.
Thanks, Tom. So you agreed in there somewhere to answer the question and take away and look at that. I'm surprised that hasn't formed a bigger part of your thinking already.
Sorry, what was that?
So you did commit to go away and looking at focusing on empty homes. I was surprised that wasn't a bigger part of your thinking already. But could you perhaps write back to me with how you're going to look to incorporate that into the wider project
I think the other key point about this is when we are bringing homes back in the chat, they have to meet the decent home standard.
Wheelchair accessible.
Deputy Mayor, it will have to be a written reply because the Conservative
And could you
group is
also
now.
give me the wheelchair accessible percentage of the CHAPS programme as well, please?
I'm sure we can do that. Although
one under
it's
the
not
wire there.
Sorry.
Okay. Right. Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. We know that there are over 300,000 households in London on local authority waiting lists. So I'm very glad that, as we've heard from the Deputy Mayor, that this Mayor has started building council homes again, the highest rate since the 1970s. But of course, housing associations have a real role to play here. So can I ask Alistair to start with, if I can, looking at your recent strategic review, one of your challenges you identified, and I'm going to quote this, is that the government has a significant control over our sector, but no comprehensive long-term plan. What would you like to see for a long-term plan, and what would that mean for London?
Thank you. So we've been making the case for a long-term plan to solve the housing crisis because we think it's a long-term issue. It's a long time in the making of breaking the housing market, in effect, so it's going to take a long time to fix. That takes strategic planning, budgeting, etc. We think there are things that need to be done. So first and foremost, we need the right level of capital grant funding in order to bring forward more affordable homes, particularly the most affordable 10-year social rent. So we need much higher grant levels, and that's the same in terms of devolving grant funding from central government to the GLA in order to enable that. We desperately need a long-term and certain rent policy, ideally over 10 years, inflation-linked, to give our members long-term certainty to invest in existing homes and to give them the financial capacity to invest in building new homes. We certainly need better access for housing associations to building safety funding. So far, for social landlords with homes for social rent, housing associations have not been able to access that due to the viability bar that's been set by central government. That needs to change. Access to that would enable housing associations to use their own finances in different ways to invest money instead into existing homes and into new homes. There's many more things on the list, but those are some of the headline things that we think would enable our members to do more.
Thank you. And then can I turn to Fiona Fletcher-Smith, if I can? If you had that long-term plan, so you didn't have to continually bid for funding in, very short-term rounds, what could the housing association sector deliver in London in terms of numbers of housing, and how quickly could it be done, do you think?
I think it's difficult to put specific numbers on it, but one thing I would emphasise is that the housing market is important, but in order to build the number of homes we need, that long-term plan and government regarding housing as part of the national infrastructure would really help. Because we need to be taken out of the market slightly in a way, because at the moment I have to be more or less self-sufficient financially, which means I build for sale, and therefore I am a victim of the market when there's a downturn, which means I have no capacity to either invest in existing homes or build new while the market is in its current slough of despond, I suppose we'll call it. The certainty on rents means that we can borrow and therefore we can build and invest. So that certainty on rents would be the big point I'd pick out from what Alistair said. In the last 10 years, the rent formula that was agreed was breached basically by government on 4 occasions out of the last 10 years, and on 4 of those occasions our rent was actually reduced, which makes it very difficult for us to plan or to have conversations with investors and lenders about us as a sector and the security of our sector. So that would be the biggest ask, is rents.
Thank you. Then can I turn to the Deputy Mayor and ask, we talked about council housing, so I'm really pleased that we're getting additional units, for example, in my boroughs of Enfield and Haringey. You talked earlier about the upcoming affordable housing programme having a higher percentage of more homes for social rent. Could you just expand a little bit on that for me, very briefly, if you could?
Yes, absolutely. Well, we know from the evidence we've got that social rented homes are the most needed in London. Because they are the most affordable. And on this occasion, there was alignment, perhaps for a change, between ourselves and the Secretary of State, who also wanted to see a greater proportion of the Affordable Homes Programme delivered as social rent rather than, say, shared ownership or another intermediate form of tenure. So we have been able to reprofile the programme on that basis. Of course, delivering social rented homes is considerably more expensive than delivering homes for shared ownership. And that's had to be reflected in grant rates. And because the Secretary of State and the government decided not to increase the overall pot of funding, therefore the overall target had to come down. That's why we're calling in the short term, and the Mayor's calling in the short term, for £2.2 billion of funding to get us back up to where we were at the beginning of the programme. But longer term, we need £4.9 billion a year every year in order to get us up to a point that matches the actual scale of need in London.
Yeah, and of course the autumn statement didn't deliver what you asked for.
It didn't come anywhere near.
Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Sheikh, please. Thank you. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Chair. I think by this stage of the plenary, we're probably drawing on comments that have been made already. So I think I'd welcome the opportunity to sort of like tie in some threads and move towards, I think, solutions, which is what we've kind of been discussing, but I think good to highlight as we come to the end. Tom, Deputy Mayor, I'll come back to you, and this is regarding, you know, what we've just been discussing in terms of rents and affordability in London and what it means to be, especially a young person in London, trying to save up to get on the housing ladder, but also just to survive the rental market. Now, obviously, in London, you know, we're doing all we can to build the affordable homes that we desperately need. I think you've already made clear the numbers are on our side when you look at the AF Affordable Homes Programme, with our record-breaking start of 116,000 homes. But what do we need in terms of a long-term solution in the housing crisis in London in order to make private rental sector more affordable, and then also in the short term, what interventions can we make?
The private rented sector specifically?
Yeah.
I think it needs to be a combination of giving us the power to introduce rent controls here, rent freeze certainly in the short term, which would save residents, private tenants, more than £3,000 over 2 years. But that has to be as part of a holistic approach, as I've just set out in response to Assemblymember McCartney, delivering and funding the large amount of affordable housing that we need, which would take pressure off the private rented sector. There are a lot of people living in the private rented sector supported by housing benefit who traditionally would have been perhaps in social housing living on much lower rents. We do need to get to grips with the private rented sector bill. It makes no sense for £9 or £10 billion a year going into the pockets of private landlords. Again, this comes back to my point about invest to save.
Absolutely, thank you. Conor, I think you wanted to come into this, so feel free to answer the question, maybe in addition sort of talk more broadly about support that we can give renters who are sort of facing the escalating costs of being in the private rental sector market.
I have sort of addressed a number of those things in my earlier comments, but I just wanted to come back to that rent control point that was on earlier, and thank you all for shoehorning this one in. We do live in a de facto system of rent control at the moment. So there is a first-tier tribunal which a tenant can go to say to their landlord, I think you've asked me for too much rent, and the tribunal can assess whether that's true and reduce the amount that the landlord gives them. But this is a tribunal that's based upon a very loose definition of market rents, and that's flawed for many reasons. Firstly, is it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. These market rents keep driving themselves up. But secondly, we don't have very accurate data on rents, and we do hope, as the Deputy Mayor referenced earlier, that the property portal that will come in as part of the Renters Reform Bill will actually implement a bit of this. But some of the phenomena that were being discussed earlier in relation to rent control are phenomena that we're seeing already in London. So the notion that people will hang on longer in properties that are inadequate for themselves or for their family size or for their prospective family size, we're already seeing that. The churn in the private rented sector is lower than it has been before because people are scared of the open market because the rents are going through the roof. We're also seeing suburbanisation at huge rates, so renters moving further and further away from where they were before because they're looking for anything affordable. And this sort of metric proves that under our already failing system of spiralling unaffordability, there is scope to make an intervention.
No, thank you for that, Conor. I mean, I think it really concerns me. We've been discussing this obviously in the Housing Committee as well, the distortion it can have on the demographics of London. And I think particularly whether that's sort of age on either end, young people and older people, but also, you know, in terms of wider inequality, you know, the thing that makes London so brilliant and international and unique is its diversity. And I think, you know, the escalating rents and the housing crisis is really beginning to distort the demographics of London. So I appreciate your comments this afternoon. I don't know if there's any closing comments from the panel before I pass back on to my colleagues. Tom, your mic is still on, but I'm not sure if that's you coming in. Fiona.
For me, the bottom line is we need to build more social rented, because there are a lot of people housed in the private rented sector who genuinely need social housing. And then if we take that demand away from the private rented sector, we will have more affordability, inevitably.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll leave it there for now, Chair, unless anyone wanted to come in. I'm happy to pass back to you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the panel. I'm going to start with you, Fiona. Coming on to building safety, which we really haven't touched on much in this meeting so far, but what more can we do to ensure building safety standards are adequate, that they're appropriate, and that we keep Londoners safe?
I think a lot has been done already, and I will give a lot of credit to the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, in terms of his focus on this issue. It has been tremendous, and his help with those developers who have not been doing what they're supposed to do has been wonderful. However, we do need some policy certainty. It's been mentioned earlier on the second staircase. It isn't science-based. It is, understandably, it's based on a desire to do something that isn't borne out by the science of buildings and how they work. I'm also very concerned about retrofit and refurbishment and what the rules are on that. We're focusing tremendously on new build, but we will be doing a lot of work on making existing homes better. So making sure that building control, manufacturers of the materials, who were very much highlighted in the Grenfell issue, that they are controlled and monitored in lots of ways. The final point I would make is where there is uncertainty or where we're waiting for grant applications, there are residents who are psychologically feeling unsafe. Whether the buildings are unsafe or not is debatable, but they feel that it is unsafe while we wait for the government to process claims for grants. So I would ask that the administration of all of that is speeded up as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we hear a lot about is residents who feel very unsafe, feel very uncertain, and then a lot of times that's accompanied with very high bills as well. Alistair.
I just wanted to come in just to expand on a point I mentioned briefly just now about building safety funding and viability for social landlords. So just to expand on that a bit more, as it stands, there is building safety remediation funding available centrally, but none of our members have been able to access it because as a social landlord, in order to access that, you have to demonstrate that effectively you're almost unviable as a business because of the extent of the building safety costs that you face, which is an odd conundrum, and because of that, none of our members yet have actually been able to access that. We've been working on this point, writing to ministers, talking to officials for some time, but we haven't been able to achieve a change in that yet. We urgently need that. Some of our members in London, particularly our small to medium-sized members, are being disproportionately affected by this, and it's creating a significant issue in terms of their ability to have money to invest in other homes and services because they are rightly prioritising building safety, but that's having a negative effect on what else they're able to do.
Yeah, that's a real worry that your members are unable to access the funding that should be available to them. Tom, coming to you, is there anything we can do to support those builders that are struggling to get that money?
So we're obviously working very hard with the cladding remediation funds that we have, the social sector cladding remediation fund, private sector cladding remediation fund, and the building safety fund. And our team in the building safety team works very closely with responsible entities to try and make sure that buildings are remediated as swiftly as possible. There are issues relating to this sort of this transition to the responsible actor scheme. That's where, which was created by Michael Gove, who I have to say, I don't often say nice things about him, but I will agree with Fiona that he really did move forward the building safety agenda and the support that was made available. So I will say that. But there is this crossover with the responsible actor scheme, where schemes leave our funds and are taken on by the developer to remediate themselves. But obviously that can sometimes cause issues and delays.
Yeah, and speaking of delays, we had a lot of talk about second staircases and the delay in certainty, and it's that delay of certainty that seems to be causing problems. I mean, basically put, what's the impact on house building in London owing to that delay?
Due to the uncertainty around second staircases, there are 34,000 homes that we are aware of in limbo in the planning system in London. There will be more than that, because obviously this is only schemes that are referred to us. There will be other schemes that only the boroughs see that are delayed, but it is the biggest single thing delaying development at the moment. And I'm afraid I'll now have to say, revert from saying something nice about Michael Gove to saying something less nice about Michael Gove. This whole thing has been handled in an incredibly chaotic and haphazard way. You can't just stand up as Secretary of State in a speech and say, and put out a lower threshold as a throwaway remark without providing the technical details behind that, without causing huge delays for the sector, even though in principle, we of course are in favour of the highest standards of fire safety.
Can I just come in on this very quickly?
Yes.
There's also an element here which is just very simply that the second staircase is, even once these schemes are built, the second staircase reduces very significantly the amount of housing you can have on it.
Yes.
I think it's a 15% reduction in the amount of housing that a given site can deliver. So you're getting 15% fewer houses for every building you put up, which seems insane.
Right.
It will probably lead. It will probably lead to more taller buildings in certain locations, because in order to make up in viability terms, extra stories will need to be added on to make the buildings
basically,
more economical.
It basically becomes very hard to build, e.g. mansion blocks now.
Yes.
Because you'd have to put 2 staircases in, and suddenly it just doesn't work. So you'd have to go to 20 stories rather than 8 or 10.
Absolutely right. You'll get more blocks of, say, 5 stories and more blocks of 20 stories and fewer blocks of 10 stories, for example, would be my assessment.
Okay. Finally, for me, because Sam, did you have another question? I'm wondering about time. It's been covered. Okay. I'm interested in your view on this, Mr. O'Shea. What can we do to protect Londoners who fear about complaining? They fear about complaining about the state of their flat or the conditions of their flat because they're worried about risk of eviction.
I mean, sorry, are we finished?
Yeah.
Brilliant, cool. The biggest thing is to remove Section 21 no-fault evictions. That's sort of universal across the panel here that we've seen today. They absolutely have to go, because then a tenant can turn to a landlord without fear of being removed from their home and saying, sure, look, this window needs fixing, this boiler needs fixing, whatever it might be. Something was raised to me recently that may be of use at a local authority level, which is that written warnings to landlords which do not have any enforcement action or sort of tangible anything tangible attached to it, do often cause problems for tenants, in as much as this warning will tip off a local authority that a tenant has been speaking about a concern, and then comes to Section 21. So there might be something to think about at a more local level. Thank you.
Tom, did you have anything to add to that? Nothing further. I've got a minute left. Alistair. Gosh, a minute. And is there anything anyone else would like to add that they haven't had a chance to do so?
Just very quickly on the Section 21 stuff, sorry, but there is the issue, like, you do need to sort the tribunals first. Like, that is actually a real issue with this. Which is what's holding it up. Because at the moment, the tribunal system is completely log-jammed, and if you add everyone who has an issue with their tenant into that, and the delays get even longer, the risk is that people won't put their houses on the market because they'll be worried that they won't be able to get the tenant out, e.g. if they go overseas for work for a year and then want to come back. That there are kind of actual concerns about this. It's not just the government being stupid.
Okay,
Conor, what I would say on that is that there's a very few, small percentage of cases that ever reach the courts when it comes to evictions, and we don't anticipate that changing under Section 21's abolition.
All right, 15 seconds, Tom.
I just wanted to come back, if I can come back on anything, on the Berkeley Homes development that was mentioned earlier. We work very closely with Berkeley Homes. They're involved in the Housing Delivery Task Force. I think we have some issues with that report in that it doesn't separate out the London plan policies from national building regs in terms of its calculations. So I wasn't able to make that point earlier.
Okay.
I'm making it
Thank
now.
you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've now reached the end of the question and answer session. I'd really like to thank all the guests for this session. I know it's a long time, but I think you can gather that the Assembly, all the Assembly members, think this is an extraordinarily important issue for London. So thank you for coming today and answering our questions. You are now free to leave. And if I was free to leave, I'd leave, but I'm not. So can I ask the Assembly to agree the motions set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? The Assembly is recommended to agree to use the 8th of February 2023 plenary meeting principally to hold the a question and answer session on the work and policies of the London Fire Brigade and resilience matters with the Mayor of London, Baroness Twycross, the Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience, and Andy Rowe, the London Fire Commissioner. Can we agree that recommendation? Agreed. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's question time at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of December 2023 in the Chamber. There are no other issues I consider urgent at the moment, and so I'll now close the meeting. Thank you.
Stand by.